All right, YouTube is up. Let me just do one more thing here. Actually, need to change that. All right, let's see what we got over here. Do that, and now we'll go live on Facebook. All right, let some people come on here. All right, then get. All right, storm's getting close enough now that we're just gonna start doing coverage here, and we'll probably be ongoing for several hours, probably into the very early morning hours. Hopefully, this just falls apart at some point later on this evening and or overnight tonight, and that just we're not up until 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and it's more like 1 or 2. But at the moment, that's not really what it looks like. I think this line and storms will just continue to track on in, and it will just continue to track and have a little bit of a punch as it moves on through. Stewart coming in this evening from Leeton up there in Colbert County. Hope you're having a good evening. Again, if you have any questions or comments as we go through the night, I mean, just go ahead and shoot them my way, and we'll just, we'll go through this as best we can. I got a group chat going on over here. It's playoff time in fantasy football. I'm actually in the third place game, but I don't have anybody playing this evening. My brother and my cousin are in the championship game, so they've been going back and forth with with this game going on. Anyway, enough of that. What we do have is several tornado warnings ongoing across parts of Mississippi. This line is now moved to the east of the Mississippi River, so now it is basically firmly in the state of Mississippi now. And we've been tracking several storms that have been ongoing across this area, including one in particular. Let me zoom on in here. This one's been going on for a while, and I believe it's at least put down at least 2 tornadoes at this point. I know it's at some point it lifted, and now we have another confirmed tornado warning here for the Mendenhall area of Mississippi. That's right there along Highway. What is that? Is that 40? That's US 49 right there. Got a lot of storm chasers on this one. I've been watching their streams. My friend Brad Arnold is right in the mix of it right over here as well. So there's a lot of eyes on this. Obviously, it is confirmed now, moving into the Mendenhall area. To the west, we have, let me zoom out just a little bit. This whole line has kind of been blanketed with tornado warnings because there's so much spin in the atmosphere tonight that anywhere along this line you can easily get a quick spin up tornado. Some of them could be on the stronger side, so I wouldn't be shocked if there actually ends up being an EF2 or EF3 tornado that happens inside of the main line. It might not be on the ground for a long period of time. It might only be a mile or two, tornado path, but it could be a pretty strong tornado in there as well. So that's why you have a lot of these tornado warnings that are blanketing this line of storms that is moving through. So the Weather Service in Jackson just trying to pinpoint every single little kink that they can. It can be very hard to do that, but sometimes you can get it down pretty well. And just looking here, there's a little bit of area rotation right here. Looks like there's another one right down here. Another little one right here. So yeah, there's several little embedded circulations within this line. So yeah, not shocked that the Weather Service in Jackson is going ahead and putting up almost blanketing the entire line right there with a tornado warning. Just several little areas. Also here, a few areas. There's an area right here. There's an area right over here. A little bit down here. Along this line. So this is what we're going to be watching for over the next several hours is what happens with this line of storms, as it tracks to the east and into our state here in Alabama, but also what it continues to do in Mississippi, because right now in Mississippi it's packing a pretty big punch right now. We've already had several tornadoes on the ground today. I believe we've had confirmed deaths. At least one death I did see that was over, I believe, in the Texas area from earlier today. And, there's been damage in Mississippi. So take these storms very seriously. They mean business this evening, and they've been meaning business for the entirety of the day. So just because we say that this is, not going to be, as significant as it moves into the state of Alabama for the majority of the state, you definitely need to take these storms seriously. And, even though we might not see any significant severe weather risk for a good portion of our state here in Alabama, I think there's a chance that there could be at least some across parts of western Alabama as these storms move on in. Switch back to the reflectivity. Quickly show you guys what's going on here in the state of Alabama. Let me actually just switch on over here. Where is it? There's the Columbus. Let me switch over to the Columbus next red. So this is what's ongoing across the state of Alabama right now. Big area of rain. This is kind of what we thought would happen. At some point today, we get a big area of rain, maybe some embedded storms that have moved on through, and that's exactly what we've got. So it's going to be interesting to see how far north the extent of the severe weather threat gets. And again, I've been kind of pinpointing throughout the day today and even part of yesterday that I-20 south is probably going to be your best chance at seeing some severe weather, especially west of Interstate 65. Once you go north of Interstate 20, you're dealing with more of a rain-cooled air mass. There hasn't been a lot of instability that's being pushed to the north. So while the threat's not zero, I don't think it's extremely high once you get further to the north of Interstate 20. So places like Florence, Decatur, Huntsville, Scottsboro, Coleman, over to Gadsden. Don't let your guard down at all. You need to be able to stay weather aware for the remainder of the night and into early tomorrow morning. Have ways to get warnings in case you're needed. But I don't think it's going to be a big, significant severe weather risk. I think it's going to be more on a very isolated basis. We are tracking some storms that are moving in from Mississippi near the Aberdeen area. Zoom in on over there. I believe these are north of the warm front, possibly. Let me take a look. Look at the instability values right now. Yeah, there's really no surface-based instability with these storms. So all these are going to be what we considered elevated. So there's instability in the atmosphere, but it's not. There's none at the surface. Everything's above. So your storm bases are not rooted to the ground. So that when we say rooted to the ground, it means that you're getting the instability from the surface that's being pumped into the storm. And when that happens, that's when you get your big time severe weather risk like we're seeing today. You get your tornadoes, get some very strong damaging winds, and some hail. When it's elevated, so the storm bases are not close to the surface, they're a couple thousand feet up. I don't think they're too high, but they're definitely higher than what surface base would be. And you don't get a tornado threat with those, or at least it's very, very hard to get a tornado. Very rarely will you get one. But most of the time, you end up getting just some gusty winds, about 30 to 40 miles per hour, maybe a tad bit stronger. But hail becomes kind of your primary risk in that aspect. So it looks like there's a decent couple of hail cores out there. I wonder if they have significant weather advisories on them. They do not. But yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. Aberdeen, Amory, and eventually this will move into western Alabama near Hamilton, Sulligent, and Vernon. I wouldn't be shocked to see a little bit of some hail with those, but I don't think it's you're not going to be seeing anything significant most likely. Just kind of going back through comments here, people watching. Again, if you have any questions or comments, go ahead and post them, and we'll be here, through this event. So, come and go as you wish. I know at some point the storms will be moving into the state of Alabama, so not a lot of people are going to be wanting to see or wanting to stay on here for a long time if we're tracking stuff over here in Mississippi for the time being. Down here in Tuscaloosa, some rain still happening. Utah down to Demopolis, basically a line of some heavier showers. Just a few areas of lightning here. So there are some thunder showers here. Basically right along US 43 here, from Utah down to Demopolis, down towards Thomasville, as well, seeing some of those heavier showers. But let's get back into Mississippi real quick, and then I'll switch you guys on over here, and we'll take a look at the model guidance. Again, still tracking that confirmed tornado here that is just to the northwest of McGee, and that will eventually keep moving on up to the northeast and get close to the I-20 corridor, probably here in the next hour. But notice that line's getting very, very close to that. So it's going to be interesting to see if this can outrun that line and stay all by itself. If it does that, eventually it will move into more of a stable environment. But it will be able, for at least the meantime, it will be able to stay all by itself and have the greater chance at producing a tornado like it is right now. It still has a radar-confirmed tornado, I believe, on it. And then just look at those tornado warnings. Let me just do this. Where's my scene? Right here. These are the active watches and warnings. And we do have a new tornado watch I'll get to here in just a little bit. That does not include the I-20 corridor. That's going to be further to the southwest. But I did see the Storm Prediction Center's probably going to be expanding that tornado watch to the north here soon. So it'll be interesting to see who they actually put in there. But look at those tornado warnings. I mean, the entire I-55 corridor from the Yazoo City area all the way down to the Louisiana-Mississippi state line is under a tornado warning. That is very impressive. Again, that's what we're going to be watching. Every single little spin up that could happen within this line, and then, of course, anything that happens out in front of the line itself, we'll have to watch for very, very closely. All right, let me get the radar back on here. Let's go to the Jackson, Mississippi next rad. There we go. Close that out. All right, let me flip you guys over here to let's flip over here to the model guidance real quick and just kind of show you guys what's going to be happening later on this evening. Like I said, I know people tuning in from Alabama here, they're not going to be wanting to watch a lot of stuff that's happening in Mississippi because we still got a ways to go here in Alabama before we see our threat. So let's go ahead and give you guys an update on the latest timing and guidance. So this is the 6 p.m. Let's see. This is 7 p.m. now. 8, 9, 10. So I would think probably somewhere between 9 and 10 o'clock is when the bulk of the severe threat is going to start entering western Alabama. We'll have to watch for these little cells that develop out ahead of the line. If they're in good instability, which is kind of down here. I can actually switch it over here. So this is where the best instability is, kind of down in this area. So any of those cells that develop over in this area, generally along I-2059 and south from Tuscaloosa down to Demopolis, down to Mobile, these will have to be watched for, just like what's going on in Mississippi. That cell that's out ahead of the line has that tornado on it. So these we'll have to watch and see what happens with those cells. And as we get further into the night, so this is 11, this is midnight. Midnight probably getting right along the I-65 corridor from Decatur down to Coleman, Birmingham, and then back down towards the Mobile area. Damaging winds and the threat for some embedded tornadoes. That's what we're going to be watching for, maybe even some small to large hail in there as well. And then by 2 a.m., I think most of the threats could be over for northern Alabama. That line should get through northeast Alabama anytime between, I would say, 1:30 and 3:30 in the morning is probably a good bet. Actually, 1:30 to 2:30. That's what I meant, 1:30 to 2:30, because this is 2 o'clock right here, and it's already getting close to being out of the state. Severe threat continuing. Again, north of I-20, I think there's still a risk, but I think your greatest risk, even though it's on the lower end, is just going to be damaging winds. There could be a spin-up tornado if there is just enough instability. That's questionable right now. I'll just go ahead and say that's questionable. Further to the south, Gadsden, Annis, and Oxford, I think that's going to be a better shot at seeing some of that severe weather potential. And then, of course, further to the south, getting down towards Montgomery. And then by the time we get to 6 o'clock, everything's basically out of the state. Clouds are lingering. It's a little bit cooler, and we have a few spotty showers and drizzle going on across parts of the state. So that's a look at the timeline for here in Alabama. Again, if you have any questions, go ahead and shoot them my way. Let's see. Looks like we got let's switch back over here to the radar. We'd have a confirmed tornado now. There's a confirmed tornado warning now for Jackson, Mississippi. Try to see where it's at. Let me look at the correlation coefficient. I'm guessing it's like right in here. It's kind of hard to tell because there's a lot of noise going on. Let me see what the warning says on I got my iPad right here. Confirmed tornado was located near Crystal Springs. Okay, so it's down. It's down in this area right here. Also got food coming. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm going to need to have food. I will not survive the night if I do not have food. Go back to my comments. There we go. So yeah, there's a confirmed tornado now. I mean, Jackson is in the tornado warning, but it seems like, at least based on the warning description, the confirmed tornado is down here near Crystal Springs. But there's still, a few areas here that look like there is a little bit of spin. So I wouldn't be shocked to see if there's other, quick little spin up tornadoes that are happening anywhere along that line. Again, that's the line itself is just blanketed with tornado warnings. I mean, you've got a tornado warning for Yazoo City down to Canton, Jackson, Mississippi, down to Crystal Springs, down to Brookhaven, down near Macomb. All of these have confirmed tornadoes on them. So again, there's tornadoes on the ground here, but they're likely not lasting extremely long. The long tracked one is going to be that one that's just northwest of McGee. That's the one that has had, I would think, at least 2 tornadoes on it at this point. All right. I told you I was going to take a look at that tornado watch. Active watches and warnings. So we do have this new tornado watch that has been issued for southwestern Alabama. This is not a PDS tornado watch. That's why it's in yellow and not that flashing purple. But this goes until 2 a.m., and this does not include any counties in western or central Alabama. This is strictly southwestern Alabama. So Thomasville over to Andalusia, down towards Bruton, and also down towards the Mobile, Gulf Shores, Pensacola, Destin areas are under this tornado watch. And that goes until 2 a.m. Again, I did see, so the Storm Prediction Center, they issue what's called mesoscale discussions, so that usually what they talk about is either ongoing watches or, hey, we're going to be issuing or not issuing a watch for this area based on, such and such. There was a mesoscale discussion earlier at about 6:04, talking about how they needed to, at some point, expand this PDS tornado watch. I don't know if it will include the PDS wording or if it's just going to be a normal tornado watch. But at some point, there's going to be a tornado watch here for parts of eastern Mississippi, possibly even northern Mississippi, and I guess there's a chance they could go ahead and issue one for western Alabama. It all depends on what the Weather Service office in Birmingham is wanting to do. So that's a look at the current watches and warnings going on. Again, the I-55 corridor is just blanketed with tornado warnings, and these are confirmed tornadoes according to the National Weather Service. Let's go back to the Jackson, Mississippi NEXRAD. I would say for folks in western Alabama, the timeline for this, again, you're probably looking, let's see, it's almost 7 o'clock now. You're probably looking at another 2 to 2.5 hours before this line moves into to western Alabama. Again, we'll have to watch for any cells that happen out ahead of it. But at the moment, I don't see a lot of things blowing up from Hattiesburg to Laurel or Meridian. So that would be the area to watch in case that threat, instead of it being, closer to 9 p.m., it might be closer to 8:30 or 8. But I don't really see that at the moment. But we'll just watch that. I don't see anything blowing up, so I think probably around 9 o'clock, good 2.5 hours is a good bet for when these storms will start to move into parts of western Alabama. Again, if you have any questions or comments, I do see that I got a message here. Let me answer it. Flip back over here. Stewart's asking, will a watch be issued for the shoals? I would think so. So again, I don't work for the SBC, but I know kind of how they work um, in regards to the threat outlooks, their convective outlooks, their um, let me just do this. Let me pull this up. So without really getting into the deep weeds here, most of the time when you get a slight risk that is issued, I say most of the time, there are occasions where you don't get a watch, but most of the time when you have a slight risk, at some point you're going to end up getting a watch in that general area. Marginal risk, if you're just in a marginal risk, most likely you never get included in a watch unless you're just happen to be very close to one of the higher risk areas. With a tornado watch, most of the time, see that brown shaded area right there, that's that 5 to 9% range. Most of the time, if you're in that range, you'll end up getting a tornado watch. If the damaging wind risk is higher, you'll probably end up getting a severe thunderstorm watch. But a good chunk of the time, if you're in a 5%, they usually issue tornado watches. So that being said, you see all of Alabama here is at least in a 5% range. Of course, you have the higher risk over to the western side of the state. But that said, again, the main thing is what are the storms doing now, especially since we've had them ongoing for several hours. So they're able to watch and see how these storms are progressing, and knowing what the atmosphere is out ahead of them, they can make a judgment on that based on, those ongoing factors. But just at face value, if you do have that 5% risk, most of the time you do end up being under a watch. So yes, I would suspect that the shoals will end up being under a tornado watch at some point here soon. I would think that the majority of the state at some point over the next 12 hours is going to be in a tornado watch at some point. Whether or not we end up getting tornadoes in those areas, that's yet to be determined. But just based on how the Storm Protection Center usually goes about doing things like this, I would think that a good chunk, if not the entire state, is going to be in a tornado watch at some point later on down the road. Western Alabama obviously being the first on the list. So this is real interesting. Let me there was a cell that did this earlier, and this is a good way of showing where the best instability is. And if I go, yeah, this is a good way of looking at it. So I'm going to show you two things here. One, there's that tornado warning cell. You see that no longer has that purple polygon, so it's no longer confirmed. This is the one that we've been tracking for a while now. A lot of chasers have been on this one, and notice how it's really weakened over the past 10 to 15 minutes. So it's getting further and further away from some of the best instability. So knowing that, let me flip you back over here to the other computer. So that cell is roughly right about here. So it's generally right in this area. So what you see here, this is the observed kind of a loose term at that point, but a good guess, basically, based on some factors going on and some observations on what the instability looks like right now. And this first red line is the 500 joules per kilogram mark. So if you've watched me go through this forecast talking about how 500 and above, that's your best fuel. This is the 1,000, and then you get 1,500, and then there's 2,000, and then I think that's 2,500 right there. So this is between the 1,000 and 500. So you can kind of guess based on where that cell is right here that it's probably close to about 750, but it's starting to move into less and less of an unstable air mass. So it's not shocking that the further northwest this goes, the less fuel it has, and it will just continue to weaken. That's why those cells up here that I showed earlier near Aberdeen, there's almost no surface-based instability. So they're all elevated and they're not severe. But this one continues to weaken, and it's getting closer to that 500 mark here, according to the Storm Prediction Center meso-analysis. So that's that it's getting weaker as it's getting less and less fuel to work with. So that's just something that we'll keep an eye on. I mean, it's really, really falling apart. They've allowed that warning to expire because that cell's no longer in that polygon. So that's something we'll have to watch. Again, just how far north can these storms get once they get into the state of Alabama? How far north can they get where they can maintain their strength? But right now, that one just continues to rapidly weaken. It could be cycling. I don't really think so because it cycled before and it didn't look this bad. It didn't look this weak looking. So I don't think it's really cycling. I think it's pretty much done at producing a tornado. But the line behind it, now at some point, again, that line's going to catch up with it. It's booking it, so it's going to be absorbed into that line at some point. Still got confirmed tornado warnings here from Jackson, Mississippi, down to Crystal Springs, Florence, Mississippi, in that tornado warning. Wesson, Brookhaven, Monticello, you're not in that warning yet, but you probably will be at some point here soon. And then further down, just between Macomb and Kentwood, there's a confirmed tornado warning down in that area as well. And there, just like I said, Monticello, you'll probably be in that tornado warning at some point. There you go. There's a new tornado warning out ahead of that line, including Monticello, New Hebron, and Delo right there in Mississippi. As we go through the night, if you look down below, we got the ticker going. So that's going to, like you see right there, you're going to have your different sections of our state here in Alabama with the timing, the threats, how significant the threat is. You see there, East Alabama, tornado threat is low, damaging winds a little bit higher than that. It's on a medium level, and so is a large hail. So as we go through the night, keep an eye on that. I might make adjustments as the night goes on, but I think that's going to be pretty spot on at the moment. I don't think that I'm going to have to be changing that anytime soon. And also just know that this is also streaming on my YouTube channel. So I believe you can just look up my name on that. If not, there's the handle up there at RT Weather. So if you are watching over there, or you need to, something happens with the Facebook feed, you can go over there. Again, any questions or comments as we go through the night? If you have anything, shoot it my way. But one thing I need to do is go. let me take me off of there real quick. I need to do some housekeeping things. Let's see, where am I at? Answering a question right here. So, still here, just not talking really. All right. Man, there's little kinks all along this line. I mean, I, I don't think I've ever seen a line of storms this that has tornado warnings on it for miles. I mean, almost every single part of this line from right up here down into Jackson and then down. I mean, the only gap is right here with Macomb. That's the only gap that does not have an active tornado warning on it. I don't think I've ever seen that. Wow. So this is the cell that's in the Jackson area. Take a look at the velocity. Nothing really standing out, but again, at this point, with the line itself, you're just looking for, very quick spin ups. What has happened there? There we go. I need that low level. So probably getting a lot of power outages with this. One of the things that will probably have to stress as these move on in is, even though you might not have a severe thunderstorm warning for your area, in some places we've had a good amount of rain over the past couple of days, including what's going on right now. So some areas, the ground is a little bit saturated. So there's a chance out here that you might get one of these storms that moves on through that only has about 40 to 45 mile per hour gust with them, but that could be enough to knock a decent sized tree down. That's just something that we'll have to watch for. And of course, we'll end up having some power outages tonight. So that's why we need to, I've been, we've been pushing to just go ahead and prepare. You might not see a, very bad storm, but it could knock your power out and you could be without power for several hours, just depending on how bad the damage is. But, there's a chance that you might not, there could have been a tornado that went 5 miles down the road, but for some reason you had very bad power infrastructure damage, and you don't have damage at your place, but you're without power. So that's something that we'll have to watch for over the next several hours. Let me see. I still have some food coming. Or at least it should have been. I don't know what's going on. All right, let me move and get back in here. Jay's asking, what time will it be here in Huntsville and how bad? I would think probably closer to midnight. Let me go back over here and take a look at the. Here's your model guidance. So let's back things out here. So this is midnight. That's 1 a.m. So probably anywhere around midnight. Sometimes these can speed up just a little bit. So I would say probably anywhere between 11:30 and 12:30 is probably a good bet for moving into the Huntsville metro area. And some of them could be packing a punch. I think the main issue in the Huntsville area is going to end up being some damaging wind gusts. There could be an outside chance of a tornado, but you look at this and you take a look at the instability. There's just not a lot of instability to work with. It's right there. There's barely enough instability to work with. So I would suspect that North Alabama is probably going to be under a tornado watch at some point. But whether or not there's actual tornadoes that happen, I wouldn't. If I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet that there would be a tornado in North Alabama today. If I had to place a bet, it would be areas south of I-20. There's going to be at least one tornado in the state. I can go ahead and tell you that. But that's likely going to end up being south of I-20. I think when this is all said and done, if you went back and looked at the reports of what actually happened, all the tornadoes that happen in Alabama, whether it's 1 or whether it's 10, whatever amount it is, most of them are going to end up being south of I-20. So that's a look at the model guidance here. So again, getting into western Alabama, probably here in the next, I really think within probably around 8 to 9. Because this is probably closer to 9. This keeps slowing it down. That's 10 or 11. Let me take a look at where it's at right now. Wow, you're getting tornado warnings. They're just well out ahead of this thing. So it's in Jackson, Mississippi right now. And these are moving at roughly 50 miles an hour. So that should take it to the state line. I would say probably around 9. Around 9, maybe a little bit after 9. Sometimes, that's something we'll have to watch. Sometimes the timing, these things can kind of accelerate a little bit. So the model thinks it's going to get here around 10, but the line actually continues to accelerate a little bit. So now that 10 ends up being like 9:30 or maybe even an hour earlier. So that's just something that we have to keep in mind as we go through the night. Golly, I look at that. I have never seen a line that is just almost every single warning on that line is a tornado warning. Most of the time, you just have tornado warning here, there along the line, and most of it's just in a severe thunderstorm warning. But this is like the entire line right here in Mississippi is under a some sort of tornado warning, whether it's a confirmed tornado warning or radar indicated. You're starting to get this little bookend vortex here. You see that little comma head that's happening right here. So there's an area of rotation as right here. You see that meso detection going on right there. So that's the radar algorithm is saying, hey, there's some rotation here. So there's part of one of the tornado warnings right there. So that's just now crossing Interstate 55 right there north of Canton, between Canton and Goodman, closer to Goodman. And then this is wow. There's a tornado right there. I would suspect that that one has a debris signature on it. Let me step it back just a little bit. See if there's anything that moves. But you're so close to the radar and there's just so much noise going on. Yeah, I can't really tell. But that is a very, very tight velocity couplet going on right here. So it's in a confirmed tornado warning. So I would suspect that there's probably a tornado down there. There's another little area of circulation right over here between Mississippi Highway 25 and 471. There's a little bit right there, but that's a big couplet. That's a big velocity couplet right there. Go a little bit further down the line here. Here's another area of rotation right here, just to the southwest of Mendenhall. That would need to be watched. And then just there's other little kinks here and there, but there's nothing that's like standing out that's screaming, hey, big time tornado on the ground here. Just kind of going up and down this line. Again, no warnings here in Alabama. Let me see if they've issued a watch yet. Okay, so now there is a new Mexico discussion. I'll flip it on over here. New tornado watch likely warranted later on this evening. So that's going to be, like I said, at some point I would think the majority of the states going to end up being under a tornado watch. So there's going to end up being a tornado watch most likely here for, pretty much all of North and Central Alabama, I would think. But let's see what the text says. I don't think I have it zoomed in a way that it's actually cutting it off, but low-level jet continues to strengthen across Mississippi and the middle of Tennessee. Low-level warm advection is intense, so it's you're getting that low-level warming that's helping the instability try to push its way to the north. Ahead of the primary squall line, this is primarily responsible for scattered convection that's evolving along the Mississippi-Alabama border, while the lead warm air advection storms are likely a bit elevated, like I was talking about earlier with those storms over near uh, over there in eastern Mississippi. Uh, Surface dew points have risen into the lower 60s as far north as Jackson, Tennessee. With time, lower 60s dew points will surge across the remainder of northern Alabama, while surface-based buoyancy, that's instability, will remain a bit weak across this region. Intense shear will contribute to the longevity of upstream squall line, along with scattered warm advection storms. A new tornado watch is likely warranted downstream. So I know it's supposed to be technical. That's all supposed to be technical terms that we look at. So basically, what they're talking about in a nutshell is we're going to still get a push, a surge of those higher dew points into the area, but the buoyancy, that's the how the air can rise. If you go into a pool and you float on the pool, where you're buoyant, so you're not going to be sinking to the bottom. So buoyancy in the air is wanting to rise up. So that's your instability that's wanting to get these storms going and intensifying. So you're going to end up getting that lift, but how much of the lift are you going to get? How much instability is there? And that's the big question. And it's going to be weak across northern Alabama and again for areas north of I-20. But is it enough? What we talked about before, severe weather, especially tornadoes, is like baking a cake or any recipe that you want. You have to have the right ingredients all together at the right time. If you have too much of one, your cake might end up being too sweet, too rich. You might take that first bite and it's like, ooh, okay, that's good, and then you keep, okay, that's starting to get to me. It's a little too rich. Well, in this case, you have a lot of wind shear, but you don't have a lot of instability. So is the gap between the two too much? Because you can have too much of something in severe weather. If you have too much wind shear and too little cape, what happens is the storms just end up getting blown apart because the updrafts, they go up and then they tilt. But if you don't have enough instability, they can't keep going up, and then they just get blown to pieces because the wind's too strong. So what's going to happen is, there's enough instability elevated that the storms are going to keep going. They're not going to be torn apart. But the question is, what happens in the lowest level? How much instability is present that will allow these storms in North Alabama to become rooted at the surface and could produce a tornado or a damaging wind gust? I can't answer that question. We'll just have to watch and see what happens. I can give you a guess, and my guess is probably not, but we'll have to wait and see. Based on how I've seen these things play out in the past, I don't think there's going to be. I would be shocked to see a tornado happen close to the I-65 corridor and further to the east in North Alabama. If there were to be one, it would be northwestern Alabama, right where that little tongue of instability starts to kind of stick out. Still getting blanketed with those tornado warnings from Durant down to Forest, down to McGee. Nothing. There's still some confirmed tornado warnings back towards the west, but that's back behind the line now. So it looks like there's really nothing confirmed at the moment. Those confirmed tornado warnings will likely be allowed to expire or be canceled here very shortly. So again, tornado watch will likely be issued at some point here for a good chunk of the state of Alabama and for the remainder of Mississippi. Again, any questions or comments, go ahead and post them. Again, this is also streaming on YouTube. You see my YouTube handle up there. So if you like, go over there, give me a like, share, and subscribe. I'm trying to grow that channel. Uh, there's a lot of great channels out there that give good uh, severe weather coverage, but some of the times, especially leading up, the hype kind of gets a little out of control. So trying to give some people out there a spot to look at that has more. I try to shoot you straight. If I think something deserves the hype, I'll tell you it deserves the hype, but most of the time it does not. Um, this one did deserve some of the hype that was going on, especially over to our west, where there have been several tornadoes today, and it looks like there's been quite a few strong ones out there. Matter of fact, there was one cell that started southwest of Houston, Texas, and traveled all the way east of Lake Charles, just kind of hugging the coast over there a little bit. And I don't know if it was just one concurrent tornado or a handful of tornadoes, but that thing had at least one tornado that went over land, over water, back over land again, and possibly back over water, where it was kind of going along the coastal bay areas. It was very impressive to see on the radar. I think that was the one that unfortunately had a confirmed death on it. But as to how bad it's been, I mean, there's been several damage videos, several tornado videos, damage pictures coming in. So there's been some pretty significant damage from this storm system. So like we've been talking about, don't turn a blind eye to this one. This has like we've seen, this has caused issues. We knew this was going to be a pretty rough day for areas over to our west, across Louisiana, Texas, and Mississippi. But the question mark was what actually happens once it gets to our neck of the woods. And we're about to find out. And I think that at least for the initial part, once it moves across the state line, it's still going to be packing a pretty hefty punch. And it probably will all the way up to the I-65 corridor. But, where's the cutoff for the biggest tornado threat? Is it I-20 south? Are there some further to the north? I think it's going to be I-20 south. Further to the north, I think you have a threat, but it's lesser. But that's just something that we'll have to watch and see pan out. Let me kind of give a broader view of what's going on here. So again, we have those tornado warnings that are kind of blanketed across what was the I-55 corridor. Now it's to the east of I-55. We do have this one lone tornado warning southeast of Macomb, Mississippi, getting towards the how do you say that? The Bogalusa area, I believe, is how it would be pronounced, over there in Louisiana. That one's not confirmed, but that will, again, it's just some kinks in the line. Getting the hiccups. Well, I don't want spectrum width. That's too much to get into. There's a lot of radar products that are very, very interesting and amazing to have, but you don't need me trying to explain spectrum width to you while we're dealing with this. But it is a good tool to use on occasion. Especially if you're out chasing or trying to do some research. Very messy signature here. Again, you're getting pretty far away from the radar in Jackson, Mississippi. But still watching some kinks here and there. Again, a lot of TVS's, tornado vortex signatures, that are getting kicked off here with the radar algorithm. So just little notches here and there. I mean, there's a lot of, you see all these bright colors. There's a lot of wind energy tonight, a lot of wind shear. So that's, not lacking at all. So a lot of these storms, you're going to, there's a lot of moving air going on here. But it looks like we could be getting a bigger couplet here just to the northeast of Mendenhall. Let me see if that's actually trying to be a bookend vortex. No, it's actually on the leading edge. So this little area right here is starting to kind of bulge out a little bit. So you're getting wind that's streaming in from the south, and then it's kind of starting to get hooked back around here. So there's a little bit of a notch that's trying to form right here just to the northeast of Mendenhall. So you are under a tornado warning for the Mendenhall area up towards Puckett and Raleigh over there in Mississippi. So definitely take your tornado precautions uh, over in that area, as it looks like there's probably a tornado that's trying to form here in that little notch, that little pocket of those higher velocity values. Further to the north, definitely some damaging winds going on right here. And then that's kind of getting, look at the reflectivity. Yeah, we're kind of, you're getting a spot where the radar beam's almost parallel with the line, so that's why you lose those brighter colors that you see down here, because once the radar needs to have that towards and away. If it has, let me show you, the radar sight is right here. So once you get up there, the beam is very close to being parallel with it. So it's like shooting a radar gun if you're a state trooper, if you're trying to catch someone speeding. If they're going by you this way and you're shooting them like that, you're not going to get anything. You got to have them coming towards you or going away from you. That's how radar works. So once that line gets, you know, very parallel with the radar beam going out, the wind's going that way. So you're not being able to see a clear picture on the velocity data. So that's kind of why you see lesser values that once you get further to the north. So there's still going to be some pretty hefty winds up there, but the radar just can't see it as well. But still several notches down here. It looks like my food has finally arrived. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes. I'll leave the radar going, and then we'll just continue coverage when I get back. All right, got my dinner going, so now I'm good to go for the remainder of the evening. So, till I finish it, probably not gonna be talking a whole lot. But let me back things out real quick. Again, just blanketed tornado warnings here for that line as it continues to move into eastern Mississippi. No tornado watch yet for at least central and northern Alabama, but the tornado watch does go up to the state line in Mississippi now. Let me turn that on. So that PDS tornado watch does go up into the state line in Mississippi, so it includes Columbus, Louisville, Louisville, Philadelphia, Meridian, Forest, Starkville, Columbus, those areas. No watches for western or central Alabama yet. The only watch in the state is across southwestern Alabama. So I'm going to try to eat dinner here as fast as I can, and then we'll get back into more coverage. So I'll just kind of be going in and out here, talking for a little bit. right. Again, also trying to get dinner while we're doing this. So if you hear me not talking, that's what's going on. Um, so again, still watching this line as it moves in. That tornado watch, again, PDS watch goes up to the state line of Mississippi and Alabama. There's no active watches in central and northern Alabama, but that's likely going to be changing here shortly. Um, just still tons of tornado warnings that are ongoing here, uh, all the way, generally east of Interstate 55 now from the Eupora area. You're not in a tornado warning, you're in a tornado severe thunderstorm warning, but just to the south of you, you got a tornado warning down to Forest, Mississippi, and then down towards the northwestern part of, or just northwest of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. The Weather Service in Jackson's just blanketing this entire line with tornado warnings. So let's go into some of them real quick. And again, with the line structure going on, you're looking for any kinks. So there's a little bit of a kink right there. Uh, there's a little bit of a kink down here. So that's where your tornado threat's going to end up being. Whoop. Hit the wrong button. There we go. That's better. This is the one that's really kind of caught my eye. Is this one right here, just to the east of Puckett. That is a well defined area of rotation here. That's just to the northwest of Raleigh. I don't think it's like tight enough. I don't think we're dealing with an active tornado on the ground with this. I think that CC drop there is an artifact. I don't think that's not with that's north of where the couplet is. So that's just noise over there. But there's definitely a lot of twisting going on here between Puckett and Raleigh. So you do have that tornado warning in place. So you definitely need to be taking your tornado precautions if you live just to the west of Raleigh, Mississippi, between Raleigh and Puckett. That is what we're looking at right now. That's kind of the only spot along the line that I see. When I say that. What is this one down here? Okay, that's just a lot of noise going on. There's so much turbulence going on in the air that sometimes once you get far out, the data can get a little bit jumbled up. So yeah, that's not a tornado signature down there. That's the only one. That's the only one that's really standing out to me right now is this one between Puckett and Raleigh. I don't know what's going on with the map background. I might have to reset it. I'm gonna reset it real quick. I don't like because the map's supposed to have some better definition with it. So I'm gonna eat a little bit more, so you're not gonna hear me for a couple more minutes, and I'm gonna get that reset, and then we'll just move on from there. All right. Again, any questions or comments, you can post them down below. And also, just a reminder that this is also streaming on YouTube. So, if for some reason something happens with the Facebook stream, you can go over there and watch it. The handle is up there. If I get my hand right up there. The at RT Weather. So, feel free to head over there as well. Give me a like, share, and subscribe. Again, just trying to grow that. There's a lot of what we call the hype machine that goes on a lot on YouTube, and try to become a voice of another voice of reason over there, and also the TV industry is just it's moving in that direction anyway. But a lot more streaming, a lot more people get their weather information just like you're doing right here on Facebook and YouTube. So trying to get that going. So any like, share, subscribe would also help over on that side as well. All right, let's go back into this. Again, new tornado watches have been issued for parts of Mississippi and Alabama, but there's no tornado watch as of yet. Whoop, I didn't mean to actually click it. There's no tornado watch as of yet for central and northern Alabama. But what's going to happen at some point here shortly, I say shortly, it could end up being, an hour down the road. But the Storm Prediction Center put out this mesoscale discussion. I'll go ahead and switch back over here. So new tornado watch will likely be needed for this area of Alabama. So it gives an 80%. They give an 80% chance. So most likely there's going to be a tornado watch that gets issued, and that would include Birmingham, Huntsville, Tuscaloosa, Florence, Decatur, the Shoals. Could be as far east as Gadsden. They could go from state line to state line. I don't think they'll do that. I think they'll find some kind of cutoff, because once you get across eastern Alabama, the threat really, really starts to lessen. So I don't think they'll go from state line to state line, but I think a good chunk of north and central Alabama will be under a tornado watch here shortly. All right, back to the radar. And again, this is the main show that's going on right now. The entire line still has a tornado warning or tornado warnings on it, but there's nothing. There's no confirmed tornado polygons that I see out there. So all of these are radar confirmed, but you need to treat them like there is a tornado actually on the ground. So if you live near Louisville, Philadelphia, Meridian, Laurel, Hattiesburg, stay weather aware. This line's moving in your direction and will be there relatively soon. I still think it's going to get up to the state line probably close to 9:30, probably somewhere between 9 and 10. Could be a little bit closer to 10, but at some point here in the next couple of hours, this will start to move into parts of western Alabama, and that's where. Obviously, I know a lot of my followers, viewers are over there in western Alabama. So we will take this step by step through the night as these storms continue to progress in that area. Still got some pretty good little notches here. There's a meso right there. There's another one. There's also a TVS signature that's being kicked off. Let me go to velocity. Yeah, I think if we're going to get another tornado here soon, it's going to be one of these areas right here. Again, that was near McGee. Now it's near Taylorsville. That is a pretty tight couplet there. Let's see if there's a CC drop on it. There's no CC drop. Let me take the watch off. Sometimes that in the background can kind of bug me. And little waves going on there in the graphic. But that's that's a pretty good signature there. What is the where's the storm relative? There's storm relative. Yeah, that still looks pretty good. And that's a good notch in the reflectivity value. So I do think that there's probably a good chance that there's going to be a tornado on the ground here soon, just to the northwest of Taylorsville, and that will continue to move off to the east. It will probably end up staying south of Bay Springs, at least for that area of rotation, if it does actually end up producing a tornado. Let's check in to see if I have any messages on here. Go back. Again, still waiting on that tornado watch at some point here for another chunk of Alabama, but they have not issued it yet. And I'm having trouble. That's what I'm trying to do on the background is um, the Weather Service chat that we have. That we stay in contact with the Weather Service, so we know what they're thinking. Relay all sorts of information. Something happened with my email, and I cannot get into my email. So I'm trying to figure that out on the side. So I don't know. I can't tell what the Weather Service is thinking at the moment. So I'm kind of flying blind when it comes to that. So everything that you're seeing here on the screen, it's we're figuring this out as I'm figuring this out as you do. So that is something that I'm actively trying to figure out on the side here. The Weather Service in Jackson. So there's a saying that we have in the weather community. We call them Action Jackson. They love to issue warnings, in particular tornado warnings. So I'm not shocked at all that they're blanketing this entire line with tornado warnings. And again, I think it's definitely warranted. There's definitely kinks in there. There's some good areas of rotation. I have not seen anything that is, there's been a tornado on the ground, at least for the past, geez, I would say hour at this point. But again, that's it's just kind of funny because this is exactly what they're what we call Action Jackson, Mississippi, the Weather Service office there. They love to issue warnings and tornado warnings, and that is exactly what they are doing right now. So that's just a little side humor from the weather world. But again, I think it's definitely warranted. I'm not calling them out on it. I think that there's definitely areas of rotation within that line that just keep coming and going. So I mean, if you're if you're going to try to catch a quick spin up tornado, that's the exact way that you do it. You just blanket the line. And plus, it's not just, this isn't causing just a tornado issue. There's, probably some hefty damaging winds in there as well, on the order of 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. So, regardless of whether there ends up being a tornado or not in that line, the line's definitely severe, and it's definitely causing some issues. But what's going to be interesting to see is what the Weather Service office in Birmingham does, because they're not like Jackson, Mississippi. They're going to take a different approach to it. So, are they going to continue the tornado warnings like Jackson's doing? I would lean probably not. I think they're going to try to just pinpoint exactly where on the line there could be a tornado. So instead of getting an entire polygon, a huge area under a tornado warning, they're probably going to end up, trying to define the spots on the line. So you're probably going to end up seeing at some point, once this line gets past Louisville, Philadelphia, and getting close to Meridian, you're probably going to end up seeing a severe thunderstorm warning issued for a good chunk of western Alabama. The Weather Service in Birmingham is probably going to blanket that area with at least a severe thunderstorm warning ahead of this line, because it is severe. But as for the tornado warning polygons like Jackson, Mississippi is doing right now, I don't really think that's going to. I don't think Birmingham is going to want to do that. That's usually not what they do. So that's just a little side note with that. Again, I'm not seeing anything. I mean, there's tornado warnings. I'm not seeing anything that is, screaming big time tornado on the ground. But again, definitely need to be in your safe spot. If you're in Louisville, Philadelphia, what's some towns here? Newton. I knew it started with an N over there. Newton and Chunky, Mississippi. Lewin, Bay Springs, Heidelberg. Need to be in your tornado safe spot. Decatur, Union, Mississippi. Again, up there towards Philadelphia. Already called you guys out. Noxapater. Also need to be in your safe spot. And up towards Louisville as well. Let me go through here and look at the velocity. Again, see if anything's kind of standing out. Again, just a lot of wind out there. Not seeing anything that's standing out tornado-wise. There's a little bit of a kink right there. There's a little area of rotation. You got your little meso spot right there. Low-level rotation says 42 knots, so that's not too terrible. It's not overly strong. And then the little kinks here. They're Bay Springs. So these are the ones that I was watching just a little bit ago. So again, if we're going to end up getting a tornado on the ground here, it's going to be either from one of these two couplets near Bay Springs or this one up here as you get closer to Louisville. Or sorry, not Louisville, Newton. As you get up closer to Interstate 20. But I'm not seeing anything that's, again, screaming tornado on the ground at the moment. But those are the high suspect ones right now, is with those areas. Again, any questions or comments, please shoot them my way. And again, just a note, this is also streaming on YouTube. So if you want to go over to my YouTube channel, give me a like, share, and subscribe. The handle's up there on the top right of your screen. And that's also good backup in case this stream ends up going down for some reason. Let me see. Still have not issued that tornado watch yet, and this is where having that weather service chat would really come in handy, because they would be telling you what, if they're actively on a call with the SPC. What happens is they end up getting they get in communication with the Storm Prediction Center, so they get on a call with them, and they collaborate with the local offices. So in this case, you'll get a collaboration between Memphis, well, not Jackson because they've already issued it to the state line. You'll get one with Memphis, you'll get one with Huntsville, you get one with Birmingham. You'll probably end up getting one with Mobile as well, and they all collab together, and then they determine what counties, who's going to be in the watch, who's going to be out of the watch. That's how it all happens. So I can't. Again, I'm having issues on the side here. I'm still trying to actively work it out, but um, not. Yeah, I would know exactly what they're thinking if it had that going right now, and I do not. So, which is fine. It's just another. It's a good tool to have, but we can keep doing. It's not going to prevent me from tracking the storms as these come in. So again, that's still just that blanket tornado warning. I'm not. There's nothing confirmed yet. You don't see. If it becomes confirmed, the polygon changes. It changes into a purple, and I'll show you what it looks like. It changes to what that watch looks like. So this is a PDS tornado watch. So if the tornado becomes confirmed, excuse me, you end up having that purple flashing polygon or light pink, dark pink, whatever it is, pinkish purple polygon that flashes as opposed to just that red. So that identifies where radar indicated versus confirmed. And right now there are no confirmed. I don't think there's any confirmed tornado warnings with this system. Yeah, there's no confirmed tornado warnings at all anymore, which is very nice to see. So, while that's the case, again, like I mentioned, any questions or comments, post where you're watching from. Uh, if you have any questions on when the storms will get to your area, just anything you have, definitely post them down there. But I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to refill my water cup, and we'll get back into tracking these storms as they continue to move to the east. Should be getting close to the Alabama state line here in probably an hour and a half, and then it will, we'll get through this as it moves further into our state. So I'll be right back here in just a little bit. All right. Got my water refill, so now we're ready to go. Again, nothing's. This is good. I mean, there's definitely warnings out there, but there's nothing that's. We don't have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground, so this is good. I hope this continues, but I fear that it's you know what's happening tonight is the low level jet will start to crank. So I already hear the wind outside here. Let me I have a weather station outside. Let me see. Right now it says that was just updated, so it says it was actually 2 miles an hour. I wonder what the gust is. I guess it won't tell me the gust. Um, anyway, I hear the wind out there. So what's happening outside is the low level jet. That's the winds roughly anywhere from 5,000 to 8,000 feet. That's usually what we consider the low level jet, and that really starts to increase tonight. So one of the ingredients to uh, tornado production is a strong low level jet, especially uh, if the way that the wind flow is going is in a good direction. So usually, if the wind's coming out of the south with low level jet, once you get higher in the atmosphere, it comes out of the southwest, and that's your wind shear. You're changing of the wind with height. So once that low level jet cranks, the speed starts increasing out of the south. You get stronger and stronger amounts of wind shear. So you're going to be hearing the winds outside start to pick up tonight, like we're already doing across parts of the area. Matter of fact, let me see if I can. I wonder if I have a. I don't remember if I have wind gust on here or not. I don't, but I can do this. I want to see the gust. So these are the wind gusts out there right now. So it's gusting to uh, 25 here in Huntsville. The winds 16 out of the southeast at 25. It's gusting to 24 in Birmingham, 22 in Tuscaloosa. So the wind's increasing out ahead of this. But once you go up higher, the wind really starts to crank. I mean, we're talking 70, 80 miles per hour or so. And so that's the increase in that will continue to increase the chance of a tornado. So you're getting increasing wind shear, but you're also starting to get decreasing instability. So that's that, give or take. We talked about earlier, what about making a cake? Severe weather is the same way. If you have too much of one ingredient, it's not going to taste well. If you have too much sugar, it's going to be too rich. If you have too much flour, it's going to be too thick. And, you got to have it all perfect. So at some point, what's too much wind shear versus too little instability? And at some point, you start getting too much of one and not so much of the other. So that's the wind gust going on right there. So I'll turn that off. We do now have our brand new tornado warning, tornado watch. So this does include areas generally up to I-65 and a little bit further to the east. So for North Alabama, it includes Lauderdale, Limestone, Colbert, Lawrence, Morgan. Why am I blank? Why am I Franklin? I drew a complete blank on that one. Franklin, Marion, Winston, Coleman, and then you have Lamar, Fayette, Walker, Blunt. That is going to be St. Clair and I'm drawing another blank right there. I don't know why I'm drawing another blank. Talladega counties, and then further to the west. So this includes Birmingham, Jefferson County, Tuscaloosa County, Pickens County, Sumter, Greene, Hale counties, Bibb County, Chilton County, Shelby County. So basically anywhere along Interstate 65 and to the west, and then just a little bit further to the east to include parts of Pell City, Talladega, the coast of the Oxford area over there. This is not a PDS tornado watch. This is not a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. Does that mean you need to let your guard down? No, because there's still a chance for tornadoes. within that watch, uh, the Storm Prediction Center gives some probabilities, so I could just kind of mention that to you. So the probability of two or more tornadoes that happen inside that watch is 60%, and the probability of one or more strong tornadoes that says EF2 to EF5s. I don't think we're looking at EF5s tonight, but at least EF2 to EF3, the chance of that is 40%. So again, that's the specifics on the tornado watch, and that goes until 4 a.m. So we are going to be with this watch until 4 o'clock in the morning. That's going to be its far eastern extent. I mean, as we all know, once this line moves through, they'll start turning back counties once the storms, uh, move further away from that area. So let me type this in real quick. I'll go through the county list. Again, any questions or comments, go ahead and shoot them my way. Again, we got this new tornado watch that has just been issued for parts of our area here in Alabama. All right, got the watch in there, so that will scroll at the bottom now. Just kind of scrolling through here. Again, already asked or answered that. So again, yeah, any questions or comments, go ahead and shoot them my way. Again, another reminder that this is I've also got this streaming on YouTube. So in case something happens with the Facebook stream, you can go ahead and go over there. If you do, go ahead and give me a like, share, and subscribe. Again, trying to grow that YouTube channel over there. So again, that's a look at the watch. So right now for the state of Alabama, good. I would say, whoop, that went too far. That is a good chunk of the state that is under a tornado watch. That's probably about close to 2/3 of the state is under a tornado watch now. Again, not a PDS tornado watch like what we have off to the west. That will be allowed to expire once the storms move into Alabama. But again, the watches that we have now in Alabama are not a not a PDS tornado watch. That stands for particularly dangerous situation. Those are uh, used on very big severe weather days like what we've seen so far today. So again, that's that new tornado watch. Does not include Huntsville, by the way. Doesn't mean there won't be one later, but right now it does not include Huntsville. Does not include Fort Payne, uh, Gunnersville, Gadsden, Center. Does not include Anniston and Oxford, at least on the Calhoun County side of things. Once you go down to Talladega County, you do have that tornado watch. Doesn't include Montgomery, Auburn, Opelika, Dothan, uh, and over there towards the Phoenix City area, uh, right across the river from Columbus, Georgia. Does not include you guys over there. Doesn't mean again you won't. Doesn't mean you're not going to get one later. But for right now, there is no tornado watch for you guys. So I'm going to take the watches off. Get back in here because we do have a new tornado warning here that is in northeastern Mississippi. So this is getting on that northern edge of um, the northern fringes of the instability. Let me look and see what the instability is over there. There's not a lot. Man, that has really changed. I wonder if that's a bug. I'm not quite. I think there's something wrong with the um, mesoscale analysis over there because it's not showing any CAPA along this line, which that's not right. There's some instability out ahead of it. But let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this tornado warning. Take a look at the velocity data, and I need to move to the Columbus next rad. That's going to get a better look. That's not changing. Let me. Because right now I'm looking at it from the Jackson, Mississippi perspective, so this is going to be a little bit better. All the stuff that's going on in Alabama right now is not severe. That is a very nice. That's going to have a very nice area of rotation, I think, just based off the reflectivity values. Yeah, there's a decent little couplet here, right on top of Calhoun City. Let me switch over to storm relative. Yeah, that's a good little couplet there. So, not shocking that the Weather Service in Memphis issued this tornado warning. And again, it's radar indicated, goes until 8:45. Possible tornado right on top of Calhoun City or just to the east of Calhoun City now, getting close to Vardaman and eventually might get close to the Houston area, although the Weather Service has this moving off to the northeast. And they'll eventually get to Halka, I think is how you pronounce it. That's just to the west of Okolona, Mississippi. So for areas in northwestern Alabama, these are the cells. This is the area of that line that we really need to watch. Again, the further north you're going to get, at some point you're going to lose the surface-based instability and the tornado threat really goes down. But at what point does that happen? Because there's going to be some instability at the surface once you get into parts of northwestern Alabama. But again, just what we're all trying to figure out is to what extent does it, how far north does it get? I don't think it gets that far north. I think for northwestern Alabama, Florence might be right on the fringes. And then once you move further to the east, that instability really drops off because it's still outside of my house here. I'm in Harvest, Alabama. I'm northwest of Huntsville, and it is currently 58 degrees outside, 58 with a dew point of 57, and that's not good for severe weather. Those numbers need to be at a minimum 62 to 63 degrees with a dew point at 62 or 63. Technically, you can get it right around 60. That's kind of the threshold, but really and truly, you need those numbers to be higher than that. And 58 with a dew point of 57, that's not going to cut it. So there's going to be stable air here in northern Alabama. The question is, where's that cutoff, and where does the tornado risk end? And that's why I think you see that the Weather Service had a cutoff where Limestone County is in the watch, but Madison County is not. So, and I'm in Madison County, and right now it's 58 with a dew point of 57. So that's not going to cut it when it comes to severe weather. Um, so again, just something we'll keep an eye on. But right now, tornado warning for Calhoun City, up towards Halka, I think is how you pronounce it over there in Mississippi. And if this does continue on its current path, it'll eventually get close to the Pontotoc and Tupelo areas at some point. So, and again, this starts to then get closer to uh, the Alabama state line here. And again, I don't know why my map is cutting in and out with with the background, because it did that before. Let me see if I can fix it real quick. Don't want the default. Don't tell me I just screwed it up. Here, let me do this. Let me switch you guys back over there. Let me reset this. It's being very finicky this evening. All right. I might just want to go to the gray. I don't know. That's just that's weird that it changed it like that. I don't like. Let me see if I can quickly find out how to do this real quick. There we go. Yeah, I knew where that setting was before, and it just yeah. So now we shouldn't really have an issue with that. I've had like a little glitch going on there. Still, the Weather Service in Jackson is blanking that line again. I think it's warranted, but I don't see anything that's standing out. Again, that's screaming, significant tornado, or if there's a tornado on the ground. So it'll be interesting to see what the Weather Service office in Birmingham wants to do. Are they going to? I would, excuse me, I would highly doubt that they would do what the Weather Service in Jackson is doing. Um, but I think they'll try to just pinpoint tornadoes instead of just blanket the entire line. That's just my guess based on what they've done in the past. Again, one of the things I've been trying to figure out on the side, for some reason I got an email issue going on and I can't log in to the Weather Service chat. So I don't know exactly what they're thinking. So it's a little bit of a, it's just unfortunate that I got that going on. I don't think it's going to be fixed before the night sun. That tornado warning has now been canceled for that cell that's just to the southwest of Tupelo. So you still got a severe thunderstorm warning on it. Still definitely packing a punch, but no longer looking tornadic according to the Weather Service in Memphis. But still looking all up and down this line here. Let's zoom in just a little bit tighter. Again, it's a very hefty line. It's definitely severe, definitely causing some damaging winds most likely. But tornado wise, I'm not really seeing a. Let me go. Storm relative. I'm not really seeing any big kinks. There is a little bit of rotation here between Newton and Chunky. Right there along Interstate 20, just to the west of Meridian. There's just a little bit of rotation there. Um, but you're getting to the point now where you're kind of getting in between radar sites here in eastern Mississippi. It's a little bit of a radar gap in the low levels, which is what you need for situations like this. So you're in between Jackson, Birmingham, and Columbus, Mississippi. So that's a little bit of a radar hole uh, over there. So again, it's kind of hard to tell, but there is a little bit of rotation, at least aloft. So I wouldn't be shocked if there is a tornado. And there is now a tornado warning up to the state line to Alabama. And again, we're going to be getting to the time to see what the Weather Service in Birmingham wants to do. And I would think they would just go with a severe thunderstorm warning as the big warning, the big polygon, and wherever some rotation starts to pop up, they will issue the tornado warnings on that. I'm taking a look at my iPad here. Let's see, Brad, my friend Brad Arnold's out there. He is right in that line between right on 20 near Meridian. Big time pouring down rain with that. So he's just to the east of Newton, right there on I-20, where that little bit of a notch is. And he did mention that the wind shifted, so there is rotation going on within that. But is it tight enough for a tornado? I don't think so at the moment, at least. Brandon, is there active tornadoes on the ground in East Mississippi? No, I don't see anything that is actively on the ground. Doesn't mean there can't be a brief one in between radar scans, but I'm not seeing anything that is. I mean, when you don't have a confirmed tornado warning issued by the Weather Service in Jackson, we hadn't had one of those in a while, so I don't think we're dealing with a tornado on the ground in eastern Mississippi, but yeah, I'm not seeing anything that just screams, tornado on the ground, which is good, and I hope that actually continues that way. But right now, I think we're looking pretty good. So let me zoom back out here. Again, these are the only tornado warnings. That one that was southwest of Tupelo was canceled. So now we just got these along the line here from Starkville down to Louisville, Philadelphia, then over to Meridian, Quitman, and then down to Laurel, Mississippi. Further to the south, there is a tornado warning just north of Slidell, Louisiana. And then there is I think is that a special weather statement? Do I have those on there? I need to take those off if I do. I do. We don't need to look at special weather statements, so I'll take those off. They highlight strong storms. They're not severe. So you're talking about winds that are, 40 to 50 miles per hour. Still a strong storm could cause some issues, but they're not severe. So don't really need to look at them on here. So those are your tornado warnings right now. That's the entirety of this system. That is the tornado warnings that we have in place right now. I don't see anything that is, again, screaming tornado. Thanks, Emma. And Brandon says it's 62 in Fayette County. Hopefully too cool for tornadoes. Yeah, that's one thing. That's one thing I was looking at. Let me pull up over here. I didn't have a wind one on here, but I do have current temperatures and dew points. So these, let me take the lightning off, and I'll keep the warnings. So here's the current temperatures. It's 63 in Muscle Shoals, 63 in Jasper, 66 in Columbus. You notice where all the warnings are and see what the temperatures are. They're about 66, possibly up around 68 degrees in some places. So that's where the best fuel for these storms are going to be. Now, on top of that, you need to know what the dew point is. And again, for tornadoes, really you want it to be about between 60 to, if you're going to be in the low 60s, it needs to be between 62 and 65. Obviously, higher is better. If you're wanting a tornado, if you're going to get a tornado, you want those to be higher. Mouth's starting to get dry. Get some water. I must be talking too much. So when you have big severe weather days, dew points in the upper 60s to around 70 are what you need. Those are the perfect numbers. In this case, especially with it being what we call a cool season setup, because we're in the winter months, we're not in spring, dew points generally in the low 60s, low to mid 60s is what you get. So in this case, you want them to be about 62 to 65, and then anything above that is just you're getting above what your minimum would be. So look at the dew points there, where those warnings are. 63 in Columbus, 63 in Tupelo, 63 in Meridian. It's 64 degrees dew point in Demopolis. It's 64 in Tuscaloosa, Shelby County, right there, the Shelby County Airport. 66 down towards, I believe that's the Atmore area down there. It's either Greenville or Atmore, right just south of where it says Monroeville. It's not Monroeville where that number is. Anyway, 63 down in Mobile. So that's where the best air mass is for this severe weather risk. You go north, 59 in Muscle Shoals, that's not going to cut it. 57 in Huntsville, that's definitely not going to cut it. And it's 61 up there in I think that's Waynesboro. That's up there in Tennessee. See, they're actually Savannah. That's Savannah, Tennessee, or it's 61. I can actually put my cursor over it to actually see what it is. Yeah, it's Savannah, S&H. So what's going to happen with these dew points? At some point, they're going to start creeping a little bit further to the north, But again, you need to have that 63 to 64 because that's where all this activity is going on. I don't think it's going to get to 63 or 64 in Huntsville. It might get to 61 or 62, but again, that's where that limit, that overall instability is just it's less across parts of northern Alabama. So yes, there's a tornado watch. Yes, there is a tornado risk, but no, it is not extremely high. That's why the higher risk, like I've been talking about, is going to be south of Interstate 20, where you see those better dew points. And the only exception would be western Alabama and northwestern Alabama, where you get this little brief window where you get some surface-based instability. Dew points get into that 63 to 64 range, and then the line moves through and you're done. And then once it moves further to the east, you lose that better fuel, and the line starts to weaken. So that's something that we'll be watching for is those dew points. So yeah, Brandon made a great point. 62 in Fayette County, hopefully too cool for tornadoes. Right on the border. I think that's right on the border. I think there's a chance, but again, dew point wise, the way it looks right now is 63, 64 and above. That's going to be kind of your bottom threshold for seeing any severe weather risk. All right, let me take that off, and we will put back on the radar here. Let it load. There it goes. We'll zoom back on in here. So again, just now getting close to the state line here. Let me. No, I don't want that. High res velocity. I got my iPad down here. I'm just gonna try to eyeball. I'm not seeing anything that's of concern circulation wise. I need to move. I guess Jackson's still closer to that, right there in Meridian. So there's a little bit of a notch south of Meridian, but near the Quitman area. This that little, see this little kind of finger that's fanning in here? That's some inflow being fed into the storm. So anytime you see one of those, there's a chance that you could get a quick tornado. Let me show the. I have to go with storm relative. This one has a little bit further to the south, but yeah, it's this that new update. It's this right here that I was looking at from Jackson. This one, west of Quitman, that's pretty high up from the Columbus radar, but it does have a little meso detection on it, so it's just something we'll have to watch. Again, as you come and go, if you have any questions about timing for your spot, any threats for your spot, go ahead and shoot them in the comment section. But right now, I'm not seeing anything that is just it's that screaming tornado, which is good. Let's hope that it continues that way. On a night like tonight, me not talking is a good thing, or me having to find something to talk about is a good thing, because that means we're not actually diving into these storms and having to track a tornado. I will say there's still a decent amount of spotters out there, some storm chasers that have been going all day. Got my friend Brad Arnold. He is looks like he's on his way east towards Meridian, Mississippi. He's probably gonna try to get out ahead of these storms uh, and get into parts of western Alabama. Looks like we have another chaser that is just across the state line into York, Alabama, right there on I-20. He's moving east. So we do have some eyes out there in case one of these storms do try to put a tornado down. There's going to be eyes out there. Of course, with it being night, it's a little bit more difficult, but there will be eyes out there to track these storms as they move on through. I'm not seeing any big development ahead of the line, which is good. That was one of the question marks that I had is how, because we had that first batch move through western Alabama earlier today. The question was, would there be enough recovery, atmosphere recovery in place to allow for any cells to develop out ahead of the line that actually pose a severe risk? And I'm not really seeing it. You're getting cells that are developing ahead of it, but there's not enough instability to work with. The atmosphere is a little bit over, just a little too worked down from the earlier batch of rain and storms that moved through. So that's a good thing. I hope that continues to be the case. But yeah, that's just something. That's just something that we'll just continue to keep an eye on. But for now, it's a good sign. I'm not seeing any big supercells that are developing out ahead of this line. Brandon saying, ready for this to be over so we can focus on the possibility S word in the next few weeks. Yes, yes, yes. There is that dreaded S word that we loathe down here in the weather community in the South. But yeah, I haven't really dive much into it. I mean, I'm been on vacation. I'm on vacation until the beginning of the year, so very nice time to actually wind down and relax, and for once try to have an actual Christmas holiday. For years, I will end up picking up shifts, whether at WVUA in Tuscaloosa, where I still work part time, or when I was over at CBS 42 in Birmingham. I would pick up the rotation during the holidays. So this is, I made sure this year was going to be the year that I actually get a Christmas holiday. So I've been thankful to be off, or will be off for 13 straight days. So yeah, there's going to be weather when that happens. I mean, that's always the case. There's always something that kind of fumbles that idea, but I don't consider this really working that much. This is something that I enjoy to do, so it's not a burden on me to have to give y'all severe weather coverage during my time off. I don't. It's not a big undertaking for me by any means. In fact, I enjoy it. This is something I enjoy to do. So, but yeah, going back to what he said with the dreaded S word, yeah, there could be could be, put little stars by that, there could be some snow potential later on down the road in January. There's going to be a big pattern flip. We're going to get really cold, but the question is something going to line up to actually give us some snow this time around down here in the South? I think there's a chance. I think it's probably the best chance that we've had so far, but does that mean it's going to happen? It doesn't, but as it looks right now, it's probably our best potential as we go into the month of January. So once we get through with this severe weather threat, then we'll be able to take a look and focus in on that winter weather potential down here in the South once we get into the month of January. So again, me not talking about, I know there's tornado warnings on there. But me not talking much about these warnings is a good thing because I don't see a lot of yeah, I don't see big time rotation going on here. So unless one of the spotters or we get a quick spin up, the line's behaving right now, tornado wise. Again, it's still severe. I don't want to I don't want to get away from the fact that I'm not talking about a tornado, which is good, but this line's still severe. I mean, there's still some potential for some damaging winds within this line. So whether you know you might not be dealing with a tornado, but you could be dealing with some damaging winds that could cause some problems. So I don't want to miss that fact that you know I'm not focusing in on one spot because there's really nothing to focus in on because there's not a big time tornado on the ground or really a tornado on the ground in general, but there's still damaging wind potential going on with this. So it's going to continue to move to the east, and we're getting to 8:50 now. So this is probably about 30 minutes away from entering western Alabama. And so at some point here, the Weather Service office in Birmingham is going to have a decision to make, like I've been talking about earlier, where they're probably going to just end up going with a severe thunderstorm warning, more than likely, uh, for this line as it moves through. And any tornado warning that happens is going to be, with any individual spot that you actually see that has um, a couplet. I need to take that charger off. My iPad is good and charged. My phone, on the other hand, is at 34%. So charge it back up. Since I got the Facebook side going down here where I can see the comment section. Well, thank you, Brandon. I really appreciate it. And like I said, even though I'm technically on vacation here, I mean this is not a burden by any means. So I really do enjoy being able to give you guys the latest weather information, and I'm grateful that you guys trust me uh, to give you that information on a daily basis, and especially when it comes to severe weather coverage like this. Um, so I really do appreciate the kind comments regarding that. So yeah, I still got a little bit of time vacation left. Go through the end of the year, and then we'll hit the ground running once we get back into what will be 2025. I still can't believe it's 2025 already. I know you see all the memes and stuff saying, my brain thinking that it's, January 2019 and it's already 2025. I'm serious. I'm right there with you. I mean, that's somehow my brain still feels like, this was right before the pandemic. I mean, it's stuck in early 2020, and it's weird how we're almost 5 years removed from the beginning of COVID. That just it doesn't seem like it is at all. I'm still seeing again what we'll be watching for with this line are these little kinks here and there in the line, and there's still some kinks in there, but there's nothing that's overly pronounced when it comes to an actual tornado risk. But we are now able. Let me do a storm track are all moving at about 50 miles per hour. So here's a storm track as it starts getting into, excuse me, as it gets into parts of western Alabama. Macon, Mississippi, now basically. Aliceville and York at about 9:23 to 9:24. Livingston closer to 9:30. Reform 9:35. Gordo 9:42. Utah closer to 9:46. Demopolis about 9:54. Linden about 9:55. Northport, Tuscaloosa just a little bit after 10 o'clock. Greensboro about 10:08. Holt just to the east of Tuscaloosa, closer to 10:11, and then Uniontown and Marion, 10:17 and 10:29. So that goes out for the next 45 minutes or so. That's with this line moving at about 50 miles per hour. Let me double check and make sure that's right. Yeah, 45, 50. That's a good estimate. They were going at about 50 earlier. Bethany says, my son has storm anxiety and will always appreciate your updates. I appreciate that. Yeah, I completely get the storm anxiety. One of the things that I know I've had to learn, and I think it's always a learning process with someone in the weather industry, because most of the people that are in the weather industry have a passion for weather. They've had it for their entire lives. My parents, grandparents, anybody who knows me can tell you that when I was 3 or 4 years old, I was already fascinated with the weather. So one of the problems that we can have sometimes, and it's a little bit of a learning process, and I had to do it too, is there's so much passion behind that we can get excited about these storm systems. I mean, you have those storm chasers. I've chased storms too. I'll probably do so, in the future at some point again. But there's that excitement to go and see a storm produce a tornado. There's excitement to go and chase storms. There's excitement to do severe weather coverage because there's that passion behind it. This is kind of what drives us in the weather industry. But at the same time, there's people out there that have anxiety about storms. So when we get excited about that, that can cause them more anxiety. So there's a learning process there, especially when you're getting into the weather industry, whether it's broadcast or, heck, just getting into YouTube and starting a YouTube channel like some people do, that, they have a passion for the weather. That's where going into the hype area is a problem, because you end up overhyping events a lot of the times, causes people with storm anxiety more anxiety, and it hurts them more on a mental side, and it ends up being unnecessary because it didn't happen, and we could have shown you, hey, that hype wasn't really necessary. So again, it's been a learning process with anybody who's in the weather community that's starting off, that's going into college, getting their degree, becoming a storm chaser, posting some of these things where you have that excitement, but at the same time, you got to know that a lot of people out there aren't going to be excited about this, and they're going to end up being, having some anxiety problems. So, yeah, that's definitely one of the things, and so I've definitely I feel like I'm kind of beating a drum here, but it's trying to take that straightforward approach to where, yes, we have a tornado risk. A lot of people don't want to hear that, but that message still needs to get out there. But at least being able to talk about it, try to be as specific as possible for some people in some areas, like say, hey, I'm in Gordo. what's the threat? And I could be like, well, the threat is probably not going to be that high because you're in this area. You could be away from you. So just being able to try to take a more straightforward and calm approach to these things, I think goes a long way with people who do have some of that storm anxiety. And a lot of it, especially here in Alabama, for those that actually went through a tornado in April 27th, really, really changed their perspective, and a lot of people gained some of that anxiety from that day. So yeah, I try my best to, yeah, being a weather guy, being passionate about the weather, I'm going to be excited about some of this stuff. But the excitement is more of, trying to know exactly what's going to happen, and, trying to give you the best information that I can and try to limit and, that overall anxiety that some people have for events like this. So I think, all right, I think I kind of went a little long-winded on that one, but we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. So this is what I was thinking the Weather Service in Birmingham was going to do. So now we have a severe thunderstorm warning for Pickens County, Sumter, and Greene, and that goes until 10:15. And so what they've done here is it's flashing yellow because you see here it says the damage threat is considerable. So that is a higher end severe weather or severe thunderstorm warning. So your main issue could be damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. It does not mention a tornado possible with this, and I mean, just looking at the radar right here, I don't see anything that stands out that says, hey, there is going to be or could be a tornado with this at the moment. But again, we have that tornado watch out, so we'll have to watch this very closely. A little bit further to the north, that severe thunderstorm warning southwest of Tupelo has expired, but still looking at some pretty hefty storms up there in northeastern Mississippi. One of the things I've noticed is the lightning. So I don't know if you can see this, but there's a counter right up here under the tornado warning little icon on the legend. It has 108, 704 strikes. Earlier today, that was over 1,200 for kind of this zoomed out zone. So that's 92 strikes in this image, and around this kind of zoom level earlier, it was over 1,000. So that tells me that you're losing that instability, that best instability. So you're losing the amount of just oomph that the storm has to go up, and you're losing the hail growth that goes up there and the lightning that gets produced by that. So that's a good sign. That doesn't mean that these storms aren't packing a punch. They definitely are, but that's one of the signs that the severe weather threat, the significant part of it, is probably starting to wind down, and we're still having a severe risk, but it's going to probably end up being more on a not on a significant basis, I would say. But still watching it, and we still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued by the Weather Service in Birmingham. That is for parts of, actually, it's all of Pickens, Sumter, and Greene counties. I beg your pardon. It's not just parts of them, it is the entire counties. So there is a little bit of a kink northeast of Meridian. That's kind of catching my eye a little bit. I think that could be a little bit of side lobing, maybe. It's kind of hard to tell. What I mean by side lobing is the brighter the colors, the brighter velocity is actually not what you're seeing. It's just it's kind of hard to get into, but I don't think that's really it. I think I don't know. We'll just have to watch that one. That one's caught my eye a little bit. Um, as you see there again, lightning counter, no strikes. So again, doesn't mean that it's not a severe thunderstorm, but there's not. At least for this part of the line, you can't consider it a thunderstorm because there's no. It doesn't look like there's lightning on that one, at least. But I look on this. I say that on this other radar. Yeah, that has a lot of lightning with it. So maybe the lightning's not updating. Let me see. Hmm. Yeah, maybe something happened with my lightning data because I'm not seeing it update. Because yeah, I'm seeing a lot of it over here. So I take back everything on that. There's definitely lightning with this. There's something that's happened with my lightning data. Oh well. Well, that makes looking at the radar a lot easier because if you get a lot of lightning strikes, it gets cluttered up. You're not really able to see the reflectivity. So this is the line itself is probably a let's see what is it 907. You're probably 20 minutes away from this line, 20 to 25 minutes away from this line moving into parts of western Alabama. And while that happens, let me go over here because there are some cameras. Let me see if this one. That's not pointed in any direction at all. Trying to find. Let's see. Well, this is a. Let me see over here. Okay, this is gonna be a good one to watch. So let me flip you around here. This is a live look in Columbus, Mississippi, and that is some very strong winds going on here. that on there. So yeah, this is a live look at Columbus, Mississippi. This is 18th Avenue at US 82, and that is some pretty strong winds going on there. And so this is that line that is starting to that is just now moving on through, and I think I know what's going on. I think my data just kind of hung up there. Yeah, here it goes. I got it back now. I started noticing that it's not actually updating. I had a hiccup somewhere in the radar data. So yeah, this is again a lot of lightning. So this is that severe storm that's moving into Columbus, Mississippi right now. Looks like that part has kind of died out a little bit. Come on, let me try that again. Yeah, because we got some new warnings here. So let me go back to the radar, and there is a so that's from the that Columbus, Mississippi uh, that sky cam, that traffic cam. So let me see if I can back out and find. So there's one. Might need that Amory one. Let me pull the Amory one up. Because we're going to need to look at that one at some point here soon. So, because there's a tornado warning that is near Aberdeen. New severe thunderstorm warning for Sulligent and Vernon over there in Lamar County. So that's ahead of that northern line. It's not a significant um, severe thunderstorm warning, meaning the damage threat is considerable, like the one to the south, but it's still something to watch. There's no active tornado warnings in Alabama. All the tornado warnings are still over in Mississippi. Take a look at the velocity products on that. I need to go Columbus. There's not a there's not a big tornado signature with that one over near Amory and Aberdeen. But it is in kind of that little suspicious spot with it kind of hooking around right there. So that's going to be something to watch. But that's a pretty big bow echo, or a nice little bowing area right here near Columbus. So there's probably going to be some pretty hefty damaging winds with that. Let me you probably saw that light on my face. Let me flip back over here. This is a live look at Amory, Mississippi. This is uh mile marker, or no, this is Mississippi Highway 25, just south of I-22, and this is looking to the south. And so there's been a lot of lightning flashes with that. So we'll keep an eye on this one because this will be looking directly back into where that that area of circulation is. Probably not gonna be seeing a whole lot, but you never know, especially if something starts to ramp up. But right now it looks like the bulk of the circulation, if there, there's really not a lot of circulation going on there, but if there were to be something there, it'd be closer to the Aberdeen area. But I'm not really seeing, unless it's this area right here that they're talking about. Get a little closer. Okay, I think I know what they're getting at. So let me get you back over here to the radar. It's this area right here. I think is what they're getting at, just to the west of Highway 45. That one, if you go back, that looks like that's where that notch is. Right in here. So I think that's what the Weather Service is getting at. But again, these come and go very, very quickly. So it's not. I mean, we're not going to be tracking long track tornadoes with this line. They're going to be down and up pretty quickly. Yeah, you could get one that's on the ground for 5 to 10 minutes, but it's not going to be this. It's not going to be going 30 or 40 miles uh, down the road. So the line is just now moving into western Alabama near uh, Pickens County, starting to get that edge of the bow in there. So if you live in Reform, Carrollton, Aliceville, I would go ahead and kind of treat this like your tornado precautions, just because the chance that there could be some pretty significant wind here. Um, but I don't think that you need to. I don't think that you need to actually. I just realized that live bug was still on there. I don't think that you need to, uh, go underground. But I think that if you need to take, go into lowest level, away from any windows, kind of central location in your house, I think that's probably a good bet. Just as this line moves through, again, there's a chance here that there could be some pretty significant wind going on with this line. And there are cameras here that I can get in Vernon and Sulligent when that part of the line gets through there. And there's also a camera in Reform. I'm not sure which way that's looking, but we can uh, we can look at that once the line starts moving on through. All right, so it looks like the Weather Service in Birmingham did kind of upgrade that severe thunderstorm warning for Lamar County. So this is upgraded to damage threat considerable. 70-mile-per-hour winds are possible with this area. And there's still that tornado warning near Aberdeen. But I don't, again, I don't see anything. I'm looking on this other radar source I got here. I don't see anything that is uh, I just don't see any circulation. I don't really see circulation. I see damaging winds being pushed out ahead of this part of the line, but I don't see anything screaming tornado. So let me go further down the line here again. Just now getting into parts of western Alabama near the Carrollton area. We'll keep an eye on that. All of this is just a big severe thunderstorm warning, which is what I kind of suspected the Weather Service in Birmingham would do, especially given the fact that the tornado warnings that have been issued by Jackson for this line, if there has been some tornadoes that have been very, very brief, but we have not had a confirmed tornado warning in quite some time, which is very nice to see. So hopefully that trend continues, and we don't have any other tornado warnings to deal with, or actual confirmed tornadoes to deal with. But again, we can hope at this point, but I don't know. I don't know if that's actually going to be the case or not. It's just something that we'll have to wait and see. So again, as this moves into western Alabama, damaging winds 60 to 70 miles per hour, could have some quarter-size hail with it. And again, yes, we'll have to keep an eye on any circulation that tries to get going, and that could produce a tornado with this. It does look like that tornado warning for the Amory, Mississippi area has been canceled. So that's good news. So the only tornado warnings right now going up to the state line are also about to expire or could be canceled because that line's now moving into western Alabama. So, I mean, if there were to be any tornado with it, it's going to be right close to the state line anyway. So those tornado warnings right there from Macon down towards the east side of Meridian up to the state line, those will be allowed to most likely be canceled here shortly. We'll show this real quick. This is a live look in York. This is just across the state line in Alabama. This is a look at US 11 and Alabama Highway 17. Seeing the wind starting to pick up there just a little bit. That line is probably about 10 to 15 minutes away. So you see roads are wet there, a little bit breezy, but nothing of significance yet. So I'll keep an eye on that. Again, that's in the York area. That's right down here. That's just across the state line. Actually, I just realized you cannot see my cursor. There it is. It's right over here. So I'll keep an eye on that camera and some of the others as that moves through. So Cuba right now, that is the immediate community right across the state line, just south of I-20. So you're now seeing the line move into your area over there. Again, for those of you that are just watching, tuning in, again, if you have any questions or comments, go ahead and post them. Both here and on YouTube, Facebook Live and YouTube. I've got Facebook Live the comment section right here so I can see those when they come in. And then YouTube will also be able to see those as well. So again, that's what we're watching. There's no tornadoes at this moment. At least confirmed tornadoes. We still have some tornado warnings, but that's with the line moving into western Alabama now. So now you're going from a tornado warning to a severe thunderstorm warning. And the glowing ones you see there, those are actually showing that these are significant severe thunderstorm warnings, that the damage threat is considerable uh, from the National Weather Service office here in Birmingham. So that's 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, but really there's no tornado, there's no imminent tornado threat. I'll say that. We still have a tornado watch in the area, so we'll have to watch these very closely, but I do not see anything that is saying, hey, a tornado is going to be imminent with this line. So hopefully we can get through this, and maybe it could be close to the I-65 corridor, and we'll be able to make the call to be like, hey, the severe weather threat at this point is very, very limited, and we won't turn our backs to it, but maybe we don't need to do wall-to-wall severe weather coverage once we get into that spot. I say no tornado warning, but now we do have a tornado warning. This is for Lamar County, so this includes Vernon and Sulligent. And I see what the Weather Service office is getting at here in Birmingham. There's a little notch right here, southwest of Vernon. And that does have a pretty good velocity couplet on it. So if you live right along Alabama Highway, I think that's 18. Yes, that's Alabama Highway 18, southwest of Vernon. You need to get to your safe spot right now. There is a really good velocity couplet right there. There's probably a good chance a tornado is trying to develop and could develop very quickly here. Let me pull up the Vernon camera here. I got it on the side, so in case this does get into Vernon, all quiet, at least wind-wise, there in Vernon right now. But yeah, that's definitely. So we got we most likely now have a developing tornado here, southwest of Vernon. See how this just very quickly can ramp up. That's the thing that we're going to be watching for with these cells coming through, and we might have a CC drop on this. Let me play this. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it's hard to tell. I'm looking at this area right here. So if I look at that and then I go back to the velocity data, it could be, it's kind of tough to tell, but based on that velocity signature, I would not be shocked if there is a tornado on the ground here. So again, if you live in Vernon, in Lamar County, if you live anywhere along Alabama Highway 18, Alabama Highway 19, or excuse me, 17, not 19, it's kind of tough to see these numbers sometimes. In the Vernon area, specifically southwest of Vernon, you need to be in your safe spot. Now, that couplet did actually back off just a little bit, but what I can do is go back in here and I can do a storm track on this. Whoop, I did it wrong. I'm going to have to change the let me do that, because that's not going to be what the speed is on this. It's probably closer to what it is. Well, you would think drawing a storm track would be easy. So it's going to be getting close to the Vernon area, probably here in the next 10 minutes, and then Beaverton about 10 o'clock, and then if it makes it up to parts of Marion County, then Ewan and Brilliant could be up there closer to 10:20, but I don't think it's going to last that long. This is probably a very quick spin up and down very quickly. So let's get back on in here. Take a look at that velocity. So again, this is right along Alabama Highway 18 here, just to the west of southwest of Vernon. This area of circulation right here, and now it's moved quickly. Now it's to the west of Vernon, just north of Highway 18. So again, Vernon being your safe spot, northwest of Vernon, specifically along Highway 17. If you live west of Vernon and north of Vernon, you need to be in your safe spot right now. There's a good chance that we had a very quick tornado. It could still be on the ground here, just to the west of Vernon. Is there something that happened with the cameras? I'm trying to find the camera. There we go. Yeah, still not seeing a lot going on in Vernon wind-wise. Just a little bit of a breeze. There's nothing really a lot going on there. So again, this is that couplet that we're tracking. It's now west of Vernon. It will eventually move over Alabama Highway 17 north of Vernon. So if you live in that area north of Vernon, south of Sulligent, right along Highway 17, you need to be in your safe spot immediately. Sulligent, I think this misses you, but you're still in the polygon, so you need to take your tornado precautions. But I think that the couplet, the possible tornado, is going to end up being just to the south of you all. Looking down the line over here, just making sure I'm not missing any other tornado warnings going on, and I don't. This is the only tornado warning that we have right now for the entirety of this line and system. This is the only tornado warning we have right now, right here in Lamar County. So if you live near Vernon and Sulligent, you need to be taking your tornado precautions just now. You need to be in your safe spot now. I changed that over here. That's still a pretty good little couplet there. It's not as tight, or at least as I say pronounced. It's still there. It was not as strong looking as it was on the second to last scan. That one, right after they issued the tornado warning, that was the one that really looked pretty good. But yeah, I'm not really seeing anything significant right now. All right, now this is completely changed. All right, let me flip back on over here. This is a live look in Lamar, and definitely a lot of wind going on. Definitely a lot of rain going on. I'll put that little live book up there. So again, this is a live look in Lamar County. I don't know why I said Lamar. Sorry, it's been a long day. Change that. So the circulation is northwest of Vernon right now. It's just about to cross Highway 17. Of course, it says, "Are you still watching?" I have to reset it. I don't like that. Algo, you need to change that to where if you hit play and you just keep going. So again, a lot of rain coming down, some gusty winds. Again, this is looking in downtown Vernon. This is the intersection of Alabama Highway 17 and Alabama Highway 18. Taking a look at the radar, the couplet's still there, but it's not as strong as it was. So let's go ahead and go back over here to the radar, and you see that couplet right over here. It's right on top of Highway 17 right now, south of Sulligent. So if there is a tornado on the ground, it's right on Alabama Highway 17. Just crossed it. Now moving to the northwest of that highway. So tornado warning still remains in effect for Lamar County, but the tornado risk for the Vernon area is now going down, and now it's getting closer to the if you live close to the southeastern side of Sulligent, that is where that tornado threat is now starting to go. Change that. Bumped into the mic. So again, watching that circulation and that scan, it's basically gone. A little bit of rotation left, but that's I think if we had a tornado on the ground, it would have been west and southwest of Vernon. And at this point, I think anything that did happen, it is no longer there. So that is a good sign. Again, we'll continue to watch it. Tornado warning still in effect for Lamar County. If you live near Sulligent or in Sulligent, I would still suggest you stay in your tornado safe place. But right now, that couplet really is no longer pronounced as well. So still going to watch it. Still need to stay in your tornado safe spot. But I think the tornado threat with that is come and gone. But again, we'll still watch it. Still tornado warning in effect. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Marion and Fayette counties. Excuse me. This also has that considerable tag on it. So again, probably getting some wind damage from this. Could have damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour in some cases with these storms, with this line that's moving on in. And then going down the line again, that's the only tornado warning. Well, I take that back. There's now a new tornado warning south of Waynesboro. This is going to be north of Chatham. So if you know anybody east of Waynesboro into those are pretty rural parts of southwestern Alabama here, but just south of US 84. there's a tornado warning down there that we'll just have to keep an eye on. But this is the main show right now with the line moving into parts of western Alabama. Again, still watching that tornado warning for Lamar County, but I don't see that tornado signature is pretty much gone. So I would suspect the weather service in Birmingham is going to allow that to probably be canceled early. I see. What does it go to? It goes to it expires in 19 minutes. So yeah, they'll probably allow that to be canceled here shortly. Aliceville starting to see that line of storms move into your neck of the woods. Tuscaloosa, you probably got another hour. It's probably gonna get close to you, closer to 10:45. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. I'm going to take that off. All right, I'm going to step away just briefly. I need to go refill my water, and I'm going to grab just a little bit more of this bite to eat right here. So I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. All right, new tornado warning has been issued for Marion County. The area circulation's still there, and it's gotten just a little bit tighter. It's this area right here that we're watching for. So now, new tornado warning for Marion County. This does include Hamilton, Brilliant, and Winfield, Hackleburg as well. There's a chance here that it looks like there's other areas of circulation that we'll have to watch for. This tornado warning goes until 10:30. So again, it's this area right here, just to the south, or excuse me, just to the west of Guin, and this will cross. If it hadn't already, this will cross US 278 northwest of Guin, and then it will then move over I-22 probably in about 6 to 7 minutes. Maybe closer to 10. But it's this area of circulation right here. Let me see if there's a CC drop on it. Not anything definitive. But it's within this line here, this little spot right here. There's a possible tornado that's moving now into Marion County, just to the northwest of Guin. So, if you live northwest of Guin, if you live near Brilliant, you need to be in your tornado safe space right now. So again, that's that little area here just to the northwest of Guin that we're watching. And it's now crossed, or just about to cross Highway 278 and getting close to the I-22 exit right there with Highway 278. So again, we'll just have to watch that. That's the only spot that's sticking out right now. I'm not seeing anything else that's got a lot of circulation with it. So what they've done, the Weather Service in Birmingham, if you actually read the warning itself, they've basically said that we're issuing this tornado warning. There's basically circulations all along this line, kind of like what the Weather Service in Jackson was doing, just not on a large basis. This is more, just within a county. So there's circulations along this line that could at any point produce a tornado. So that one that was just northwest of Guin, that's probably the strongest rotational signature. But there's other little ones along this line that have a chance at producing a tornado. And there is a Hamilton camera right here. I think this is pointed in the right direction. So flipping on over. So this is a live look at downtown Hamilton, and if I'm not mistaken, I think this is looking south, because there's the Mexican restaurant right there, and I think this is looking to the south. I see lightning in the distance there, so I believe this is. So this is looking to the south. Again, this is a live look in Hamilton. I'll pop that up. And of course, I have to hit resume again. So yeah, you see the lightning off there in the distance. Again, this is the intersection of Alabama Highway 17 and Alabama Highway 74 right there in downtown Hamilton. Seeing some of that lightning in the distance. So the tornado risk, as it looks like from the tightest possible circulation, is going to be southeast of this location. But the line moving into Hamilton itself could easily pose a severe weather risk. So that's another camera that we'll be watching for uh, over the next several minutes as this line moves on through. There's a lot of wind. That's the other thing. There's probably a really good chance at some damaging winds here. So if you live in Hamilton, if you live in Brilliant, if you live uh, anywhere close to these areas in Marion County, you are under this tornado warning. You probably have a really good chance at seeing some damaging winds as opposed to an actual tornado. But you need to take your tornado precautions. You need to go ahead and take those. Go to the lowest floor, most interior room. Stay away from windows. Treat the damaging winds moving in as if it was a tornado. So again, even though technically you might not get hit by one, you're probably going to get hit by these damaging winds moving on through. So that is, yeah, that's something that you really need to keep in mind is even though I don't really see here a big time tornado signature, I see a really good damaging wind signature with this. And it looks like we're starting to get that here in the Hamilton area. So let me flip you back on over here, and it's going to tell me to redo it here. There we go, right there. So let me hit refresh on it. So again, I think we're looking to the south here. I could be wrong. It doesn't really tell me, and I have not been to Hamilton in a while. I know that there's that Mexican restaurant on the corner. I've seen that before, but I don't remember what orientation it was on the roadway. So if someone watching knows that and can help me out, based on the winds, I'm going to suspect that this is the inflow coming into the storm, and then eventually you're going to see a push in a different direction as that wind comes on through. So you're probably going to end up getting a push further into the camera, I think, if it is looking to the south. And it looked like we had maybe a little bit of a power glitch there. But I could be wrong. Again, we'll just watch this. But there's definitely going to be some pretty strong winds moving into the Hamilton area here almost momentarily. I'll have to keep refreshing that. If there was going to be a tornado, one of the things we're going to watch for is a quick change in the wind direction. You'll see the rain bands. They'll go in one direction. All of a sudden, they'll just quickly switch around and go into a completely different one. Looks like the wind's kind of calmed down just a little bit here. Again, this is a live look at Hamilton as we get right up to 10 o'clock. Again, tornado warning in effect for Marion County. But I think the main concern right now is going to be damaging winds moving into the Hamilton area, and especially just to the southeast of Hamilton. So while there's a little bit of a low here, let me switch back to the radar. So it's this bright area of velocity that we see right here just to the southeast of Hamilton. That is what we're watching for. Hit resume. I need to take that off. So I'm still keeping an eye on that camera off to my left here, but that's going to be some pretty significant damaging winds. So if you live in Hamilton, east of Hamilton, right near Highway 278 on the east side of town, you're dealing with this damaging wind right now, and it could be on the orders of 70 miles per hour, possibly even greater. And I think we're starting to get I think we're starting to get a little bit of an uptick in the wind here. So let me flip it back on over here. So again, it's a live look at Hamilton. This is the intersection of Highway 17 and 74. Again, tornado warning continues, but it looks like the biggest issue is going to be some damaging winds, and based on the radar data, it should be there. So it's possible that that first surge that we saw was actually that damaging wind, but we'll see here very shortly if that's actually true. It looks like the wind's starting to pick back up here. But according to the radar data, very strong winds moving into the east side of Hamilton right now in Marion County. Getting into Brilliant as well. A lot of lightning going on with this, so probably going to be seeing some power outages as well. Not only from the wind, but possibly from the lightning. So I'll stick with this just for a little bit longer, just to see if this does continue. New severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Franklin and Colbert counties. I hit resume once again. This includes Cherokee, Russellville, Phil Campbell, Red Bay, Town Creek, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, Sheffield areas. Again, this is a live look at storms moving into the Hamilton area, containing some pretty strong winds. I don't see anything on the radar that is tornadic. It really just looks damaging wind, like damaging winds instead of a tornado. Looks like the wind's starting to pick up just a little bit more. And we have more severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me flip you back over. We now have severe thunderstorm warnings for all of Winston, Walker, Fayette, Tuscaloosa, and it looks like a good chunk of Hale County as well, and Marengo County. Matter of fact, I think that's it's all of Hale and all of Marengo. So again, as we've seen, this line's moving through, and it's causing some pretty hefty damaging winds. curious if that stopped updating again. I think it did. See, I think some data is coming in right now. There's been a lag going on here for some reason. Because I've noticed the velocity data on my iPad is updated. So let me back out of it again. So you'll see the screen go blank. I'm going to reload it. Let it load. Okay, that's updated. Let me see if I can go back to the Columbus next rad. That is odd. Let's go back over here. Let's take a look at the storms coming into the Tuscaloosa area then, and then I'll just try to figure that out as we go. So damaging winds, again, very significant damaging winds are possible with this. Up to 70 miles per hour. That's why the Weather Service is highlighting these as the damage threat is considerable. That's why they're flashing. They're kind of glowing yellow. So, again, it could easily be up to 70 miles per hour. So these storms, even though they might not have a tornado with them, there is a high risk of seeing these damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. All right, let me go back over here, see if I can actually get into the Columbus next rad again. Because I need to go look in that tornado warning. There we go. So yeah, here's that damaging wind. It could, I mean, that's could be pretty significant here. We're along Highway 278. So if you're in Haleyville, Hackleburg areas, you need to be aware of this. This line's packing a pretty big punch as it's moving on through, and there's a chance that there could be some significant damaging winds with this as it moves on through. There are some cameras up here in Haleyville I can look at. I'm just kind of looking at them, see what has a good vantage point. Okay, this one's going to be a good one to look at. This is a live look in downtown Haleyville. So we'll watch this. I'm not sure where it's oriented, but this is Alabama Highway 13 or 11th Avenue at Alabama 195, right there in downtown Haleyville. So we'll watch this one, and we'll see how that damaging wind threat moves on through the Haleyville area. But right here, that is a lot of wind. That's a lot of wind energy that's going on right here. So this is definitely going to be an area to watch. Hackerberg also going to be seeing some of these strong winds. Elsewhere along the line, I'm looking here. I mean, there's nothing. That tornado warning that was near Waynesboro, Mississippi, has been canceled. So this is the only tornado warning in the state of Alabama. So this is the northwestern part of the state right here, with Hamilton, Hackleburg, and Haleyville under this tornado warning, including Brilliant. Although it looks like our main issue from this is going to be that wind potential. So very strong winds, damaging winds coming into the Haleyville area. And I'm still watching that camera over here, and I'll flip back over once I see the winds start really picking up. Seeing a little bit of pickup in wind. So this looks like the camera is facing to the east, because I'm starting to get some winds, some of those rain bands starting to kind of push away from the camera. So I think that's probably where that camera is located. Again, this is mainly a damaging wind issue. I know there is a tornado warning. I would definitely I will go ahead and say this. If you are under a severe thunderstorm warning tonight from this line, unless it is weakened considerably, in its current state right now, you need to treat it like a tornado warning, because there's the chance of some significant damaging winds with this on the order of 70 miles per hour. There could be spots that are a little bit higher than that. It's possible there could be 80 mile per hour gust in there somewhere. So treat any severe thunderstorm warning tonight like a tornado warning, at least for the next couple of hours as this line moves through, because there's some significant wind going on here. And it doesn't just have to be from a tornado. So that's now moving into the Haleyville area. Phil Campbell, you're going to be next in line up there in Colbert County, or it's going to be up there in Franklin County. That could be seeing some of these damaging winds. So starting to see a little bit of those rain bands. So let me switch back over here. So again, this is a live look in Haleyville. This is the intersection of Alabama Highway 13 and Alabama Highway 195. You saw the camera kind of go out there. So We'll watch this as it moves through. The wind's starting to pick up here, so this will tell us very quickly how strong these winds are, and there's a chance that we might lose this camera here. I'll probably have to refresh it here, yeah, just momentarily. So right here, again, I'll go. Can we get something that you just hit play and you just play? You don't have to refresh. Um, so we'll watch this here again. A lot of wind pushing into Haleyville. Again, this is downtown Haleyville, Alabama Highway 13 and Alabama 195. So if we have any very significant damaging winds, we're going to find out momentarily, I would think. Again, this is not a tornado. There is a tornado warning in the area, but this is going to be damaging winds. So one of the questions that I have, and we saw it in Hamilton, are we going to see it in Haleyville? Is there enough instability at the surface that these winds are going to be as strong as they are once they get down to the surface? If the storm's too elevated, the very, very strong winds don't really get down to the surface that well. So we're going to find out very quickly if we do see 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts with this, because there's a big area of wind moving into the Haleyville and Bear Creek areas right now. Again, if you have any questions about where you live, time frame, threats for your area, go ahead and shoot them in the comment section. So it is now in Haleyville. So resume again. Yeah, wind is picking up. So yeah, it's coming in from. So this is facing west. So here comes that big push of wind. So let's see how significant this gets. That's pretty that's pretty high. I would say that's probably pushing 50 to 60. Maybe a little bit less. Maybe 50 to 55. We'll stay on this just a little bit longer. But this is that big initial push of wind right along that leading edge of the line. It looks like it's kind of letting up a little bit. Very, very heavy rain. I don't think we're going to be seeing a flood risk. The only issue would be you get a downpour like this, and you get some street flooding just because of the heavy downpour and the rain rates. But as for any flooding, I don't think we're going to be seeing any flooding issues tonight. But only some, ponding on the roadways, just because it's pouring down rain and it's coming down in buckets very, very fast. So it looks like that's the strongest parts of the wind.
Sorry, I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. It looks like an
I
issue
did
with the
not.
Echo device, so try restarting them. Unplug both of them. Unplug
I
the right
didn't say
battery.
her name,
Wait 30 seconds.
but she
Once
thought
the
I
battery
did.
is back on and connected to the internet, plug in the Echo device.
All right, let me flip it back over here to the radar. So again, heavy rain still ongoing here across the Haleyville area, but it looks like the worst of the winds are now past. But I would say that they're probably getting close to 60 miles per hour. There, there's going to be spots within this line that get to 60 and even 70 miles per hour. So, again, I think that's one of the big issues that we're going to be dealing with uh, over the next few hours at least is just the threat of very very strong damaging winds. I don't think you know I've been talking about all day that yeah, we have a tornado threat. I think the biggest threat is going to be south of I-20, but the damaging wind threat is something that we'll have to watch as well. We don't need to turn our backs on that. Uh, but it does look like we're getting some damaging winds north of I-20. But again, it's that northwestern part of the state. So what's going to happen once this line gets closer to I-65? Does it start to fall apart a little bit? What happens? Is there enough instability? We'll just have to wait and see. But right now, it's kind of playing out the way that I thought that if we were going to get severe weather, it's going to be in the northwestern part of the state if you're north of I-20. South of I-20, your threat kind of goes a little bit further to the east. But again, this is the storms aren't going to fall apart. I mean, immediately. It's not going to be like they just go and just gone. They're going to gradually wind down. But what happens once it gets closer to I-65? Are they as potent as they are right now? Are they not? Again, it's just a wait and see moment at this point, just to find out what's going to happen. Julia asking, what are your thoughts on Jackson County? Again, that just goes with that I-65 thing I was talking about. If you get east of I-65, you don't have a lot of instability to work with, and I think the threat's not zero, but I think the threat is a lot less. I'll tell you one thing: the latest HER is a little weird. Let me pop you guys over here. So this is what it should have right now, and that's not. That's way behind, and it does a funky. That's weird. But as you get into northeastern Alabama, the instability. I mean, there's hardly any instability. So the storms are going to be strong as they move through, but are they going to be able to produce the damaging winds that we're seeing right now? Based on the data I see, I think it's going to be very hard to come by. And tornado threat, very, very low, I think, for northeastern Alabama. I think the tornado threat's still low for North Alabama, but that northwestern part of the state is going to be that target spot if there were to be a tornado threat. Again, south of I-20 is going to be your best threat tonight. Anything north of I-20 is not going to be as significant, with the exception of northwest Alabama, because that's where you see right here, you still have a little bit of instability to work with, and then it all goes away. So that's something that we're watching. I don't think it's going to be a huge threat over there in northeastern Alabama, but we'll just wait and see. Again, we're just now casting. We're just seeing how things are going, and just going along as the storms do. I will say, going back to, so I'm in Harvest, Alabama, right here, just to the northwest of Huntsville. It's 59 outside with a dew point of 58. Forget about any tornado risk with those numbers. You need those to be 62, 63 or above. Right now, the best area has dew points around 63 to 64. So there's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to push those numbers this far north. But again, we'll just, like I said, it all boils down to we're just watching to see what happens with this, and we're just going along with the storms and keeping an eye on things. and type that in there for the bottom line. Because our damaging wind threat is increasing across the area. That tornado warning for Marion County has been canceled along with the severe thunderstorm warnings. So right now, I can go ahead and give you an all clear for Hamilton, Winfield, uh, Fayette. You're getting very close to it. Aliceville, Pickinsville, you guys, Reform, Gordo. Severe weather threat is done for you guys. So feel free to go ahead and go to bed. And that's it. For areas further to the east, Russellville, Tuscaloosa, Jasper, Florence, Decatur, Huntsville, Birmingham, Coleman, Hartselle, I-65 corridor. Still seeing that threat that we are tracking. And again, that map did that train thing. I don't know. That's just, it's so weird that it's doing that. There might be a glitch or something with it. Trying to get a good camera over here in Tuscaloosa. Carbon Hill's seen some of those damaging winds. Jasper's seen some of those damaging winds. Matter of fact, while I'm at it, let me do a big storm track. Well, I thought that went. Let me try that again. I'm pretty sure I can do one all along this line. All right, there's a storm track going out. So Florence, again, right now, Tuscaloosa, about 10:29. So again, very very soon. Decatur right around 11. Bessemer around 11:10. The Selma area right around 11:12. Birmingham closer to 11:17. Homewood 11:18. Hoover 11:19. Madison, Huntsville, as we get close to 11:30. Prattville 11:50. Centerpoint and Montgomery right around midnight, and then Gadsden closing out right around 12:04. So that is the latest storm track as these storms continue to work their way on off to the east. Damaging winds are our main concern right now. That's our main concern. Tornadoes are possible. I don't see anything that's imminent, but as we saw earlier with the one that happened over in Marion County and Lamar County, I mean, it could just be, that next radar scan, and then boom, there's a couplet there, and you've got issues. So that's what we're watching for. So again, damaging wind threat is the highest right now, and then we'll see how these storms evolve over the next few hours. But I can go ahead, like I said, and give it all clear for uh, the Red Bay area, Cherokee, Hackleburg, Hamilton, Ewan, Vernon, Solagent, uh, uh, Aliceville, Pickinsville, down there towards Demopolis. You're almost done with this. York and Livingston, the campus of the University of West Alabama, all clear. You can go to bed. Y'all are the lucky ones. Y'all get to go to bed early. It's 10:30. The rest of us have to stay up and wait. Trying to get a Tuscaloosa cam up to see how the winds are going over there. That's pretty blurry. Again, Tuscaloosa is under that considerable threat severe thunderstorm warning. All right, let me flip it back over here. So this is a look at US 82 McFarland Boulevard and Rose Boulevard. This is on the very far western side of the Tuscaloosa area and Northport, and this is looking due west. And you see those rain bands starting to move on in here. Not a lot of lightning. I haven't seen a lot of lightning with this one in Tuscaloosa. Based on, I flip this over to the. So looking at this velocity from the Birmingham next rad, you're looking pretty high up by the time you get to Tuscaloosa. So it's showing some high winds coming in, but I don't think all of that's reaching the ground. There's still strong winds going on, and there's probably some damaging winds, instances of damaging winds, but based on what I'm seeing from these cameras, it doesn't look like it doesn't look like it's too significant, at least in some of these places. So that's just something I have to keep an eye on. Let me go back over here to the radar and let me pop on that velocity data that I'm talking about. And I need to switch over here to the Birmingham next rad. So you see, you get these higher values here west of Tuscaloosa, but you're looking pretty high up by this point. I mean, you're looking at about, you know, probably 7,000 feet up in the air. So there's a chance that these strongest winds aren't really making its way down to the surface, and that would be one reason is that lack of surface-based instability. So that's one of the things that we were going to keep an eye on is how these storms, react once they get into some of this lower instability environment. And they're still packing a punch. Excuse me. But I'm not seeing anything tornadic. And two, I'm not, at least from the viewpoints that I'm seeing on the ground here, I don't see anything that's, you know, close to 70 miles an hour. Now, there could be in spots that I'm not seeing, so that's why you need to obey the warning. Um, but because I'm still looking at that camera here on the side, and it still does not look like there's a lot of high wind going on. So let me flip off that. Let me go down into Tuscaloosa. Okay, this would be a good viewpoint. So let me flip back over. So this is a live look. This is University Boulevard and uh, Paul Bryant Drive here in Tuscaloosa. So this is looking west. This is west of DCH Medical Center, and so you're looking towards the campus of the University of Alabama. So this would be a good viewpoint to look at because the winds they're not they're not significant in that area yet. They're still on the western side of the city, so they really hadn't gotten to this part yet. So this would be a really good vantage point to look at. This one I know you're looking to the west. Some of the other ones, 'cause some of the other cameras I looked at tonight, I've never been there. You saw the shelf cloud there. Let me see if I can see my cursor here. So right here, that lit up. That looks like that's the shelf cloud. So that's the leading edge of this line of storm. So that is where that strongest wind is going to be. So once that moves overhead of this camera, you're going to really see the wind start to pick up here. So the lightning that happened really illuminated that shelf cloud right there. So if you are looking at this and you'd be like, "Oh, tornado's coming," that's a shelf cloud. That's not a wall cloud. That's a shelf cloud. What you have is wind being pushed out of the storm, and then winds ahead of it getting pushed up into the storm, and you get this cloud that develops, and it looks like a giant shelf that's moving on through. And so that's exactly what that is moving into Tuscaloosa right now. So it's not a wall cloud, not anything tornadic, but this band right here, that little black area right there, that is that leading edge of the shelf cloud. So there's still some time before this moves into Tuscaloosa, so we will see firsthand right here whether or not those significant winds are moving on through. The west side of the city, a little bit suspect. Definitely some strong winds, but I didn't see anything that looked overly impressive. So we'll look and see if this actually, uh, if this actually does have some pretty significant wind with it. If it doesn't, then I think we're starting to really get into that territory where the winds that are showing on the radar that are a little bit higher up above the ground aren't really making it to the ground anymore. But that shelf cloud, that's one indication. It's one indication that some pretty strong winds are moving on in. You can see that very well defined right here now. Still no tornado warnings for our area, but we do have some tornado warnings that I'll get to down across South Alabama. We have one in Mobile County, moving in from Mississippi, and then we have another one that is just to the west of Evergreen, near Monroeville, that has a little bit of a tight couplet with it. That is radar indicated, and the one coming in from Mississippi is observed. So once we see what happens with this storm over here in Tuscaloosa, we'll head down there and take a look at those tornado warning cells down there in South Alabama. I don't want to forget about you guys down there. All right, that shelf cloud's just now moving overhead. I move my food out of the way. I know that y'all been seeing that over there. Had some Panera bread. Really felt like a soup night, which it kind of does. Rainy, stormy. Again, it's cool up here in North Alabama. Again, any questions or comments you got asking time of arrival for storms in your area, what your threats are going to be, go ahead and shoot them down there. There's a stream flicker right there. So that shelf cloud's moving overhead, and taking a look at the latest velocity data from the Birmingham NextRad. Excuse me, it's getting really close, and I'm starting to see that wind start to pick up here. Excuse me. Lightning starting to increase, starting to see some of that heavier rain moving on through. Again, this is looking west. This is right next to DCH Hospital in Tuscaloosa, looking west towards the University of Alabama. This is University Boulevard and Paul Bryant Drive right there, just to the west of Highway 82. Again, just right by the hospital. So this is a really good vantage point looking to the west. So if there are some very significant winds coming into Tuscaloosa, we're going to know about it very, very quick. Again, I don't want to forget about you guys across South Alabama. There is a confirmed tornado. It's in a very rural part of Mobile County, but is getting very close to the Georgetown community. So if you know anybody that's down near Georgetown, give them a heads up. This is just about to cross. This is getting very close to Alabama Highway 217 down there near Georgetown. So let me, over here, while we're watching this camera, let me flip radar sources over here. Perfect time then. Let me flip back over to the radar. And then see if I can get that camera to load back in there. So again, this is that confirmed tornado just to the west of Georgetown. This is north of Mobile, so this is northern Mobile County. So it's nowhere near the city of Mobile. But confirmed tornado on the ground moving towards Alabama Highway 217, then eventually Highway 45 in the Georgetown community. Let's flip back over to that camera here in Tuscaloosa. So these are the damaging winds that we're seeing move through. We're going to see how strong they get. Again, this is looking west towards the University of Alabama. This is University Boulevard and Paul Bryant Drive, right next to DCH Regional Medical Center. And we'll see very shortly whether or not there's actually some significant damaging winds with this. And it looks like it's trying to load. There's a chance that power might have been lost. Let me hit that. Hit the resume. See if it pops back up. Okay, there it is. Yeah, so there's the winds coming through right here. So again, it's hard to tell, but just try to look at the two trees right there next to the Circle K gas station right there on the corner, and we'll find out very soon just how significant these winds are, and then we'll get back down to South Alabama, where there is that active confirmed tornado going on. So far, not really looking too significant. It's probably getting close to 50 to 60 miles per hour. Uh, Absolutely heavy rain. I mean, this is the type of rain that you have to stop driving, pull off to the side of the road because you just can't see. You can't see anything. So imagine those people driving down there on University Boulevards having a tough time, and they're taking it very slow. But again, keep having to hit the refresh. So yeah, I think there's still some pretty significant wind going on over there in Tuscaloosa, but I don't think that it is. Um, at least from what I've seen, I don't see it getting close to 70 miles per hour, at least from those vantage points. Now, again, that doesn't mean it can't be in other places, but just where it's looking at, it's definitely strong. Uh, but I'm not seeing the trees blowing away that make me believe that it's actually really high. It could be, but getting just a little bit suspicious that I think the what the radar's seeing isn't quite making it to the ground anymore, because there's just not a lot of instability to work with. So it's not allowing that wind to kind of be able to come down from the storm. So I'll keep an eye on that camera. I think the worst of it is past right now, but let's get on back to the radar here and take a look at that confirmed tornado right here. And it looks like they just went to unconfirmed, but it's this little notch right here. This little notch coming out from the line itself. So, bit of a hook echo going on there. Just about to cross Alabama Highway 217 here. Again, this is right near the Georgetown community. And then eventually might get close to Creola, Alabama. That's right there along Highway 43 and I-65 right there. That's one of the first bigger exits you get to on 65 right before you get into more of Mobile proper. So that is one tornado warning. I don't want to forget about the other tornado warning. This is up here just to the west of Evergreen, close to Monroeville. This is also radar indicated. This is not confirmed, and this warning goes until 11:15. Taking a look at the velocity data on this, not a lot going on here as it was before. When I did notice it, it did have a pretty tight couplet with it, but I'm not really seeing any significant tornado signature with that. But still, tornado warning in effect if you live in Repton, if you live on the east side of Monroeville, right there along Highway 84, just to the west of Evergreen. You need to take your tornado precautions, but I don't think that's not screaming anything big time tornado with that. Side note, that cell was shown in the HER model. It was. That's a verification right there. That was shown in the HER model earlier. I can go back and show you. See if I can find it. Maybe it's a 0Z. Yeah, that's what it was, a 0Z. It's not completely in the right spot, but it's a verification because it showed that it was going to be there. So let me flip back over here. This is the Herb model. This is from the 7 p.m. run, or excuse me, 6 p.m. run. Here it is, right here. This is 11 o'clock. That's that cell. It's over here, but it had the right idea, and that would be a verification. So that's just one of the things that we watch for, looking at models. Did they verify or not? That would be a verification. It's not in the exact spot, but it's very close to it. So where this cell is, it's kind of over here. So that's about 20 miles to the west. That's pretty dadgum good. So just a little side note there. The Herb model did nail that cell right here that has that tornado warning just to the west of Evergreen. So just goes to show models, they're getting better. They are getting a lot better. May not hit them all the time, but they're getting better. So let's go back into this one. Again, this is now crossed Alabama Highway 217, so it's just to the east of that Georgetown community. Take a look at the velocity data. There's still a pretty tight couplet right there, right at Highway 217. Looks like the velocity data is just a little lagging behind the reflectivity, but it is right in here. So good news, very rural area of Mobile County here. But it will continue to move to the east, and it's still a very rural area. You're getting closer and closer to the Mobile River Delta area, and that's a lot of just rural land. You've got some, I think there's a couple refineries out there, like a natural gas plant. I think there might be a coal plant out there. There's some, sparsely industrial areas out there, but there's not a lot of people that live out here. So that's the good news. Very rural area. This is now between Highway 217 and US 45, and it will continue and will eventually cross US 45 at some point here soon. Take a look at other places. Let me just kind of back out because we're getting close to 11 o'clock here. Let me back out and do kind of a reset. Let me switch to the Birmingham next rad. Hit the wrong button. Let me go back here. Might have to reset it. I'm going to give this quick little overview, and then I need to kind of reset it again. I need to look at this thing. Something's happened with it. It's got like a little bug. Severe thunderstorm warnings from the Athens area all the way down towards Jasper. Some of those still are considered considerable from the Weather Service in Birmingham. That means wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorms moving through the Tuscaloosa area right now. Bibb County under a severe thunderstorm warning. That line going down through Moundville and Demopolis, so Hell County and parts of Marengo County still under that severe thunderstorm warning. And then once you get further to the east, Selma, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning right now. And then that line continues to move further and further to the south. Another thing to note is the lightning. A lot of lightning is down across South Alabama. Best instability. Not a lot of lightning further to the north. Not a lot of instability to work with. So that goes to show some of that, the chances of seeing those uh, that better severe weather threat. So let me flip you guys back over here to the model guidance, and I'm going to once again reset the radar software over here. Let's take a look at the latest guidance. So this has it moving through the Huntsville area at about 1 a.m. I think it's going to be a little bit quicker than that because right now it's getting very close to the I-65 corridor. So I think Huntsville probably here in the next couple of hours. I say couple of hours, probably hour and a half. I would think probably closer to 12:30. And I'm hoping this just ends up really being just more of a damaging wind risk as opposed to an actual tornado risk because uh, I'm hoping these storms just kind of wind down to the point to where we'll still keep an eye on things, but there's really no big tornado risk to talk about and discuss. Everything just ends up being some damaging wind potential here and there, which still needs to be taken seriously. But I don't think we're going to be looking at a big time uh, tornado risk like what we thought. We didn't think it's going to be really a big time tornado risk here in Alabama. All of it was going to be further to the west, but we would still have a chance at seeing a tornado or two. So let's go back into some of these storms. Let's first start off here in the Huntsville area. So let me switch over here to the high top next red. Let that load. There we go. Watching this area right here. So this was the area that went through Vernon and the Sullivan area and east of Hamilton. This did have a tornado warning on it earlier. It doesn't now. It's just severe, but it still has that kind of bookend vortex look, and there's really not a lot there with the velocity. So that basically just has some damaging wind threat with it as opposed to an actual tornado risk. So Town Creek, Rogersville, west side of Decatur, you're going to start seeing some pretty hefty winds. Town Creek, you're already seeing some of those winds, but Decatur, you're going to start seeing some of those stronger winds here relatively soon. Also, as a side note, our temperature here is now 60 with a dew point of 59. So that's what I said. You're going to get a little bit of a push of those warmer temperatures and higher dew points, but how high is it going to get? And it's not going to get that high. Oh, there's a yawn. It has been a long day. Taking a look at some cameras here. So this is very interesting. Let me do this real quick. All right, let me flip on over here. So this is a look at I-65 and Mooresville Road. This is looking to the west. Look at the clouds. Look how fast they're moving. That's that low-level jet that I was talking about earlier. Really starts to crank up this evening, so that would allow for a bigger tornado risk, but and stability is kind of lacking. So that's why we're dealing more with that spin up potential as opposed to a full blown, tornado outbreak here in Alabama. Uh, got some lightning going on over there, but again, just look at that sky. Just looks very ominous. And again, this is looking off to the west, so the bright lights you see out there in the distance, that is, those are the lights over the I-65 and 565 interchange there, just to the west of Mooresville. So this is west of Huntsville by about 20 miles, and that's a lot of movement going on in the clouds. Very very strong low level jet going on there. Looks like we lost the stream there just for a little bit. So let me flip back over to the radar. So that camera is right here, right over here, and looking to the west. Take that live off. So we still got those, and still got that tornado warning down near Mobile. That now they've extended that, so that includes Creola, Satsuma, and Saraland. At least the northern part of Saraland. Does not include Mobile. Does not include Chickasaw. So that's the northern side of kind of the outskirts of Mobile, rural areas out there. Again, this is still considered observed according to the Weather Service office in Mobile. And taking a look at the latest velocity data on my iPad here, not overly significant. So if there is one down, it's not going to be very strong. So that's good news. But still, Creola, Satsuma, and Saraland, you guys need to be in your tornado safe spot right now, down there towards the Mobile area. But again, radar up here is looking at the northern Alabama area. Severe thunderstorm warning for Rogersville, Athens, Decatur, Moulton, Hartselle, and now a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for parts of eastern Limestone and far western Madison counties, and also parts of northern or central Morgan County, and then down into northern Coleman County. There's a severe thunderstorm warning for you guys now, and that's again with this line moving through. Could see gusts up to 60 miles per hour with this. Again, I live in the Harvest area. My house is right over here, and I have a weather station outside, and we will see if that just exactly how strong the winds are. So I will have firsthand knowledge of exactly how strong these winds are going to be. Very very strong. I think that's lightning. No, it's camera trying to adjust. That's what it was. It just kept going and going and going. So this would be another good vantage point. So let me flip you guys back over. So this is a live look. This is Alabama Highway 20 and US 31. So this is looking southwest into the city of Decatur. See those clouds moving very quickly. So again, this is looking right towards the Tennessee River Bridge, right there as Highway 31 crosses over to get into Decatur. Seeing some lightning A little bit of a shelf cloud you see there. Let me hit the resume. It's the leaning edge of a shelf cloud right there. So same situation like what was for Tuscaloosa. Once that shelf cloud gets overhead, then you'll start to see uh, the winds start to increase. So again, we'll see exactly how strong these winds are going to be. Again, there's no tornado warning in effect here, but there is severe thunderstorm warning for Decatur, Alabama, and this will have a good vantage point here, looking to the southwest into Decatur to see exactly how strong these winds are going to be. A lot of lightning out there. Lightning starting to pick up with this line, or at least with this area of the line. So I would suspect that it's probably going to be pretty intense. And I would say, from this camera's perspective, you probably got it's probably going to be here within the next 5 minutes, if not sooner. Just quickly checking back in with that tornado warning south into the Mobile area. The circulation has broadened, but still getting very close to Creola right there at I-65 and Highway 43. So if you're in the Creola or north of or the northern part of Satsuma, you need to be in your safe place right now. The signature is getting weaker. That's good. Let's hope it stays that way. The other tornado warning that was in effect for the just west of Evergreen, this would be for Butler, Monroe, and Conecuh counties down there in South Alabama. That has now been moved to a severe thunderstorm warning. So there's no longer a tornado warning down there near Evergreen and Monroeville. It is now a severe thunderstorm warning. But you could see it. The weather service is saying that there could be some ping pong ball size hail in there. So there could be some pretty large hail with that cell down there near Evergreen. But again, what we're watching right here, this is moving into Decatur right now. Very strong line of storms moving through. Winds probably close to 60 miles per hour in some cases. And we'll be watching this move over the Tennessee River. Again, this is looking live into Decatur from Highway 31 and Alabama Highway 20, that interchange right there, right before you go into the Tennessee River. If you notice, we saw the lights in Decatur. You can't see them anymore. Here comes that big sheet of rain, and here comes that big wind that's now moving through the Decatur area. So very shortly, we're going to be seeing exactly how strong these winds are going to get. The camera's getting a little bit fuzzy here. And there goes the lights. So it looks like there's definitely a power outage. I can't even see the city lights in Decatur. So it looks like we just had a big power hit. And looks like maybe they just came back on. Maybe that was a loop. Is this looping now? It looks like that's what we just saw. Yeah. Okay. We did have a power hit, so the camera's back now. So here we go. You see the cars down there with their flashers on. Very, very hard to see. Very, very heavy rain. So we're not going to be able to see. There's a lot of lightning going on. You see the lightning flash, and it makes the camera have to refocus itself. Very, very strong winds. Definitely, it looks like some power outages now in the city of Decatur. I've got a power outage monitor over here. Where are they at? Power outages right there. I'm not seeing any for the Decatur area, but It looks like it. I don't. I know there's a lot of rain there, but you should be able to see a little bit of a glow in the distance. So I think there's probably some power hits going on here. I'm not seeing anything pop up on the power outage map right now for Decatur, but I will say over in over in Lamar County, looks like there's about 3,500 customers without power. In Fayette County, about 2,100. Marion County, 3,100. Walker County, that is 1,100. Franklin County, about 200 people. And Winston County, about 1,000 people. So there are power outages happening with this line moving through. So I'll keep an eye on those cameras. Again, a lot of lightning going on, and possibly some power outages going on. It's kind of tough to tell. It looks like there was initially, but I'm starting to think that maybe that was just the camera trying to refocus itself. So again, that's just, we'll keep an eye on that, but I would not be shocked at all to see power outages because we are getting power outages um, with this area moving through parts of northern Alabama. So that's the northern part. Again, don't want to forget about you guys a little bit further to the south. Hartselle, you guys are in it now too. Coleman, you're about to be in it probably here in the next 20 minutes or so. And then Birmingham, you're probably in the next 30 to 45 minutes. So let me switch over here to the Birmingham next rad. Again, this entire line is severe warned. So this is a severe line of storms that is moving through the state of Alabama. There's only one tornado warning in the state right now, and that is down towards Satsuma and Creola on the north side of Mobile. Taking a look at the velocity, it's still very weak. I don't think that's posing a tornado risk as of yet, but it could ramp back up very quickly. So again, down there near Mobile, Satsuma, and Creola, be sure to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Severe thunderstorm warning for all of Jefferson County. So again, with this situation going on, I mean, what the Weather Service is doing is just they're just blanketing the counties basically, and then trimming it as the storms move on through. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for this entire line still. Jordan is asking, are we possibly seeing rotation around Smith Lake and Coleman County? There is a little bit near Colony, and I mean it's not significant. There is a little bit there. Let me see if there was something a little bit earlier. Yeah, there was something a little bit earlier as it came on through, but I'm not seeing anything right now that's tornadic. That's mainly a damaging wind signature right there. So yeah, not so Jordan, not really seeing any rotation down there, but definitely some damaging winds. But it's something we'll have to watch very very closely. Moving on down the line, Cordova seeing that damaging wind threat moving on through Summerton. You're next. Graysville, you'll be next in Jefferson County. Um, North Johns starting to have a little bit of a cell that's moving just ahead of the line. We'll have to watch this one. Anytime you get a cell that's connected like this, it kind of so you've got a line moving this way, and you got a cell moving up this way. Well, what happens if you take this momentum and that momentum? Well, you're going to start to spin a little bit in some cases. So if this does kind of do that little kind of pass by and get engulfed in the line, that's something that we'll have to watch. Let me zoom on in here. Not all the time will you get a tornado out of this, but you could get some twisting action going on as that cell starts to merge with the line. So that's something we'll have to watch. Got some heavy rain now going outside the window right here. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. Let me flip you guys back over here to another camera view. This is a live look at 565 and the and County Line Road area. So this is just to the west of Madison. So this is looking westward, southwest, and again you see what looks like a shelf cloud moving on through. That's the one that moved through Decatur. So a lot of wind being pushed in here. And hit the resume button. Did we lose the camera? I flip back to the radar. Again, watching that North Johns cell. It looks like we lost the Greenbrier one too on the 565. So it's possible that that camera went down. Let's take a look at one in downtown Huntsville. Might just have to refresh. Right now, winds in my house are topping at a whopping 5 miles an hour. Okay, let's see if I can pop it back up. Okay, it is. So I'll keep an eye on that. So again, watching this cell in North Johns is very interesting. When you get these, again, when you get these cell mergers and they go perpendicular with the storm, you got line moving this way, cell moving up from above. It hits each other and it just starts to kind of twist around, and you get some spin. So we'll have to watch that one very very closely. And take that live bug off because we're not looking at a Skycam right now. So North Johns, Hueytown, Bessemer, I would go ahead and start kind of getting towards my tornado safe space. I wouldn't say you have to go now, but I would start kind of inching your way towards that direction just in case this starts to kind of turn around and actually spin up a tornado. But I don't see anything that's overly tight. But again, with the cell merger going on, it could take a little bit of time. But if it's going to drop one, it's going to show up in the next scan or two. It's gonna be here soon. So let's just keep an eye on this, and let's flip back over here. So this is again a live look at County Line Road and Interstate 565. This is on the west side of Madison. So this is Madison County and Limestone County right here. And this is looking back to the west. There's that big wall of rain coming in, that wind. So this is that same part of the cell or the line that moved into parts of uh, Decatur, and what we saw possibly a power outage going on. Again, it's kind of hard to tell, especially with how the camera was kind of going in and out of focus when a lightning strike would hit. So kind of hard to tell. And then getting very close to where I am at here in the harvest area. So I'm hearing thunder going on outside, heavy rain. So there's a chance here that we could have a power hit here, and then I don't have a generator backup at the minute or at the moment. So power goes out here, all this goes out. So we'll hope for the best, see if we can get through this without having any power issues. But we have had some power outages across the area, so I would not be shocked. So again, here comes that big wall of rain, and again, I'm still looking at that Hueytown, that North John storm. So let me get my other radar source here. There's a little bit of twisting going on. So again, North Johns, Hueytown, Bessemer, I would go ahead and just get into your safe spot. Because I mean, anytime you get a cell merger that goes on like that, you could get a quick spin up tornado. I mean, just immediately. So here's that wall of rain coming on in to parts of County Line Road here. Again, this is looking I-565 towards the west at County Line, and you already see those cars down there putting their flashers on. So that's telling me that that's some pretty heavy rain coming down. Seeing those brake lights going on down there too. So if you are out driving right now, take extreme precaution. Very, very heavy rain coming through. Very strong winds. Could see some damaging winds out there as well. Moving into the city of Madison, into parts of Madison County. That's the Huntsville metro area for those that aren't familiar. And yeah, this will just continue to track to the east. So that's that line as it moves into the Madison area. So let me go back to the reflectivity here. So again, let's bounce back down to the south. So this is that North John storm. Again, watching it very, very closely. There is a little bit of rotation that's starting to kind of get going here now. This is now this is now in the Concord area. This is just to the west of Hueytown. There's a little bit of some tighter rotation here. It's not overly strong, but it is getting just a little bit kind of tighter, closer together. You see how this one is kind of like a big elongated area of red with the green. So that's just a big kind of broad area of rotation. But right here, you're starting to get a little bit of a tighter couplet going on here. You're getting a little bit of some tighter greens and reds going on here. So I would not be shocked if there's a tornado that's trying to develop here just to the west of Hueytown. So Sylvan Springs, Hueytown, Fairfield, Bessemer, I think you're kind of in the clear on this. I think anything would be moving off to your northwest, but I would go ahead and get into your tornado safe spot. If you're in Sylvan Springs, Fairfield, and Hueytown on the west side of the Birmingham metro area, right there along I-20, and also getting close to Alabama Highway 269. That's that highway that kind of runs into Highway 20, kind of works its way back through the rural areas of northwestern uh, Jefferson County. So again, it's this area right here that I'm starting to really look at where there could be a tornado that forms here. Again, if you look at the reflectivity, you can see there's a cell that was moving from the south, starts interacting. Now you're getting that. All right, so now you're getting that bulge right here, just to the west of Hueytown. So yeah, this whole thing's starting to wrap up. So this is a tornado that's most likely starting to develop here. So Hueytown, Fairfield, Sylvan Springs, I would get in your safe spot immediately. I, there's no official tornado warning on it yet, but just the way that I'm seeing it, how this is all starting to pan out, this looks like it's a classic case of a cell merger that ends up creating a some spin, and you end up getting a tornado that drops from it pretty quickly. So that's what it looks like, and you are starting to get some of those brighter velocity areas right in here too. So yeah, Hueytown, Sylvan Springs, Fairfield, west side of Birmingham, tornado precautions now. There's no official tornado warning on it, but that rotation's starting to get it tighter. And even though it might go away here in the next 5 minutes, I think it's the way I see it. It looks like there's a really good chance that there could be a tornado that starts to drop from this cell over here. And again, I don't see a tornado warning on it, but just the way that the whole thing's looking like it's coming together, I that's just that's the that looks like a classic case of a cell merger creating a possible tornado. So again, Hueytown, Fairfield, Sylvan Springs, I would get into your tornado safe spot right now just to be on the safe side. Uh, Again, there is a little bit of some brighter reds and greens in the couplet. The whole thing looks like it's starting to kind of twist around now. So, yeah, that's what I would do. I would go into your tornado safe spot right now just to be on the safe side of things. Let me go back to reflectivity, zoom out here. I'm wondering if my zooming is actually affecting the little map problem, the backdrop that I'm having. Madison, Huntsville, starting to see that the heaviest of the cells moving through right now. I'm starting to get into some of the uh, some of the heavier part of this line up here in North Alabama. I haven't really heard a gust yet, which is a little surprising. So I guess there's a chance that, I mean, again, this far north, I mean, I'm northwest of Huntsville, so there's probably not a lot of surface-based instability to work with. So the fact that I'm not really seeing any, I'm looking at my weather station right here, and it's, you know, not strong at all. It's showing wind of 3 miles an hour. So I would think that there's probably not a lot of strong winds this far north in that line, but still very robust. Could have some instances of some damaging winds in some areas. Coleman getting into your area right now, down into again Birmingham, watching that cell off to the west. Severe thunderstorm warnings now for Shelby County and parts of Chilton County. That line moving through the Brent area down towards Selma. We do have another tornado warning down here near Evergreen. So let me switch over to Let's see, what's the closest radar source to this one? Kind of in between radars here. Let me go with Montgomery. Okay. So again, this is pretty high up there, but there is an area of rotation right here. So this is just to the west of Georgiana, right there along Highway 196, or sorry, Highway 106. Yeah, 106. So tornado precautions if you're west of Georgiana, right there along Highway 106, near I-65. But again, you're in between radar sites, so it's kind of hard to see if anything's actually going on uh, with that. And there's that little map glitch again. I think it's when I zoom in very, very close. I think that's when it's doing it. That tornado warning near Mobile has expired as well. I see I have something in the YouTube chat, so let me go over there. Look at it, just in case someone has a question. Well, I'm not seeing anything. That's interesting. Popped up like someone had a question or something. All right, so that's the southern part of the state. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings continue down there. You got that tornado warning near Georgiana. It's in between radar sites, so it's kind of hard to tell exactly what's going on. But again, tornado warning nonetheless. If you're near Georgiana on the west side, you need to take your tornado precautions immediately. Let's get back into this Birmingham storm. Take a look what's going on here with that. And it's still hooking around here. There is a little bit of rotation. It's not as pronounced as it was earlier, but there still could be something there. Let me see if there's a camera down there because you're getting close to 65. Oh, excuse me. All right, let me flip this on over. So this is 2059 in Anniston Avenue. So this is near the Fairfield area. This is looking, I believe, to the west because if you look at the clouds, they're starting to move from left to right. So that's that low-level jet moving in from the south. So you're looking to the west here. If there was something down, you'd be looking for some power flashes down here on kind of the horizon. So that's something that we'll have to watch. So I'm going to keep an eye on that. Let me flip back over to the radar here. So again, it's this little area right here, just to the west of Fairfield. And then this, let's flip back over here. So this is 20th Street, Inslee, and 2059. So this is also, they've got this pointed to the west as well. See that kind of shelf cloud back here. So if there was anything down, I think from this vantage point, it's going to be over in this area, but it would be moving over here. So this would be a great camera to watch to see if there actually is anything down, uh, possibly on the ground here. So we'll just keep an eye on that. The rotation's starting to broaden out a little bit, but there's still that little appendage. So again, it's from this vantage point, it's going to be coming from this direction right over here. If there is a tornado down, and then it'll be moving across the screen like this. So again, really good vantage point here. Again, this is I-2059 and 20th Street, Inslee. This is looking towards the west, around that Fairfield area. That little appendage is still there. So again, with it night, if this was daytime, it'd be a lot easier to see, obviously. So at this point, you're hoping for any lightning to illuminate something, or it get close enough to the camera that the lights from the car dealerships right there on 2059 and all the lights around there illuminate it, or you end up getting a power flash. So I'm not, again, I don't think there's anything down, but if there was, it would be showing on this camera right here. So we'll stick with that here just for a little bit longer. And I mean, it's very, very broad and weak now. So I don't think this is actually, if I doubt it's producing a tornado right now. I don't want to say that it's not going to produce a tornado. It could a little bit later on, but I think that the timing. I told you before, there's going to be a brief period. It's not going to be extremely long, but for a short period of time, when that cell merger happens, you could get a quick tornado. I mean, we're talking within 10 minutes or less of that cell merger. And then once the merger ends and the line continues to move on, most likely that tornado threat goes away and the circulation weakens, just like you're seeing right here. So again, if we were going to get one, it would have been over there between Bessemer and North Johns and Hueytown, and I don't think we did, but man, that was really, really close. So again, you got that line now moving into this camera perspective, and so that's going to. I mean, again, like I said, if there was a tornado, we would have seen it. There's not one, so that's good news. Heavy rain and some strong winds continue to move in to that area. So again, this is the look at the that reflectivity, or this give me the velocity. So again, it's that little area right here, and it's gone now. So good news. Again, severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for the Birmingham area. So again, these storms still packing a little bit of a punch, but the good news is any tornado threat I don't really see happening, at least imminently. We do have a new tornado warning south of Montgomery. Again, that's that cell that was near Georgiana. There's a new tornado warning. This is just to the west of Greenville. This is between Greenville and Pineapple. This is right here along Alabama Highway 19 and excuse me, Alabama Highway 10, not 19. And again, you're still kind of in between radar sites down here, so it's going to be hard to see if there's anything actively ongoing tornado wise down there just to the west of Greenville. So that's something that we'll watch. Again, that's another very rural area. Once you get west of Greenville, right there along Alabama Highway 10, I mean, there's not a lot out there. So again, just tornado precautions if you live down there along Alabama Highway 10 between Greenville and Pineapple. That is a radar indicated tornado right there. So rural parts of Butler County. Again, just kind of going up and down this line. Not a lot going on, which is good. Again, we figured that this line will move through and it would pack a little bit of a punch, and it definitely has. It looks like the worst of it was across western Alabama as it moved in, as expected, and it looks like now, I mean, you're still dealing with the strong line moving through, but I don't see anything that's screaming significant severe weather, significant tornadoes, which is good and kind of what we expected. Again, the better shot was going to be western Alabama when it moved on through, and then south of I-20. And that's what we're seeing with some of those tornado warnings down here south of I-20 towards Montgomery. That's that more favorable area to see those tornadoes if they were to occur this evening. So you're going to continue to get severe thunderstorm warnings issued along this line, but I really don't think we're going to be dealing with a big time tornado threat across central Alabama and northern Alabama. Further south, there's a chance that there could be a strong tornado or two, but I don't think it's going to be a. I don't expect to have 20 tornadoes down there. But this is that area right here. So we're getting just a little bit better radar perspective here, just to the west of Greenville. Excuse me. Looks like it's this little area right here. Right in there. So we'll watch this one because this is kind of the main cell. Again, we still have a line of storms moving on through, but there's really nothing. I mean, I'm looking up and down this line here on my iPad, and it's just there's not a lot going on, and in some cases the line's starting to break up, which is good, and that's kind of what the models were hinting at is once, especially across northern Alabama, once you got towards midnight. I mean, we're 16 minutes to midnight now. Is um, you would really start to see these cells kind of die off in a way, just really weaken and really not pose a big time severe weather risk with this, which is really good. So that's what the model guidance was kind of hinting at. Again, once it got further east, the lesser the threat would be. But again, still watching this tornado warning storm down here in Butler County. This is just to the west of Greenville, right here along Interstate 65. That's the only, I say the only tornado warning. There is now another tornado warning down for very far southern Mobile County. This is right near Bayou La Batre, and it's not it's not a overly impressive signature, but it is a somewhat tight signature here. It is radar indicated, so that's not there's no confirmation on it. So I'll keep an eye on that on my iPad. So if you live in Bellefontaine, I think is how you pronounce it. Yeah, Bellefontaine, Bayou La Batre, especially the northern side of Bayou La Batre. Um, and then once you get up to the Dolphin Island Parkway right there, that's Alabama Highway. I think that's 190, 198. Sorry, 193, Alabama Highway 193. It goes from Tillman's Corner all the way down towards Dolphin Island. Uh, that's that zone where you have the possible tornado right there. Again, it's south of Mobile, southern Mobile County, Bayou La Batre, over towards Bellefontaine, right there along the Dolphin Island Parkway. Need to be taking your tornado precautions right now. These are the only two tornado warnings in the state. Basically, the entire country. These are the only two tornado warnings. So, everything else, yes, you have severe thunderstorm warnings out there. I'm not seeing anything that's screaming, "Hey, you know this is a big deal." The fact that I had part of the line move through here, and it looked like I only managed a gust of about 25 miles an hour. I think is what it was. I can actually go in and let me take a look. Yeah, it got up close to 20 miles an hour. So there's not a lot of wind energy making it down towards the surface, especially across northern Alabama. So yes, you could see some instances where you get some gusty winds, possibly close to 60 miles per hour, but I don't think this is going to be a significant. I think the line just continues to weaken like it does. You'll probably still see severe thunderstorm warnings issued because there's probably some spots here and there that get close to, if not at 60 miles an hour. But I think for the majority of the line, you're looking at, probably 30 to 40 mile per hour winds. Let me take a look at again. We're looking at this tornado warning here for Butler County, and again, you're kind of this is another kind of dead zone in the radar coverage. You're in between Mobile and Montgomery, and also Fort Rucker down there near Dothan. So again, we'll watch this again. Like I said, you're in between radars here. So once you see that purple zone right here. This is what we call range folding, and once you kind of get within that band, so once this area moves over here, you're gonna end up getting a clear picture from the radar. And once you get kind of past that zone, it's kind of you're looking pretty high up in the storm at that point. So again, we'll watch and see if that actually has um, a decent couplet on it once it starts getting a little bit closer to the radar site. It looks like it would be down here. This is your little, I think this is your couplet right here, your little hook that's just now crossed Alabama Highway 10, and we'll be getting close to uh, the northwest side of Greenville here soon. So again, only 2 tornado warnings in the state. This one, and then the other one down near Bayou La Batre, and that one, the rotation's very broad now. So it's, um, I don't think you're looking at a tornado down there near Bayou La Batre. Also near, I believe it's pronounced Kirawakra, and then South Orchard. That's those communities down there in southern Mobile County. I don't really think, again, tornado warning, tornado precautions, but just the way it looks, I'm not seeing anything significant rotation wise on that. So, again, tornado warning still in effect for parts of southern Mobile County, but I'm not seeing anything significant. So we got an radar update here for the tornado warning in Butler County, and there's your couplet. It's it's there. It's not. Let me switch over to storm relative. It's not tight, but it's definitely there, and we'll have to keep an eye on it. So again, this is down near Greenville in Butler County. Again, that and the cell down near Bayou La Batre are the only 2 tornado warnings in the state, and there's not a lot. Excuse me, there's not a lot of rotation going on down there. As you can tell, I'm getting pretty tired. I've looked, so this stream has been going on for 5 hours and 25 minutes. That's when we started doing wall to wall severe weather coverage on here. So I've been going at this for almost 6 hours now. And I'm hoping once we get past midnight, I think the threat ends up being not as significant. I think there's still going to be warnings out there, but I don't think that this is going to end up being. I don't think that you're going to get several tornado warnings out of this now. What's going on here near Clanton? That little appendage right there just caught my eye. And there's a little bit of rotation here just to the north of Clanton. That's in Chilton County, so it's between Jemison and Clanton. right here on Highway 31. So we'll have to keep an eye on that one. And there are some cameras around this area. Man, all those cameras down there are night mode, all black and white and grainy. That one's starting to kind of wrap around a little bit. I wonder if that's also a little bit of a cell merger going on. So yeah, I think what I'm going to do once we get a little bit past midnight, again, the line's still going to move through. I don't think there's going to be as significant of a tornado risk or a severe wind risk. Um, Talking about winds 70 miles an hour, like what we possibly saw earlier in western Alabama. And I think the tornado threat is very hit or miss, with the exception of southern Alabama. So what I might end up doing once we get a little bit past midnight, just seeing how everything plays out, I might uh, send you off for the night, and again, just stay weather aware. But if I'm not seeing anything that is screaming, big time tornado, big time damaging winds, then I'm gonna let this one go. But again, still watching this cell that's just between Thornsby and Clanton right here on Alabama on US 31. Excuse me. It is starting to kind of wrap up a little bit. So strangely enough, this area has always had some of the surprises. I don't know if it's just the way that the terrain is over there. I mean, it's not very mountainous down there in Chilton County. You do have your little hills and hollers and everything like that, but something happens over there near the Clanton area with these lines of storms that come on through. So I'm not sure what it is. That was not a cell merger, so you're not getting any help from that. This was just within the line itself, and it's just there's always a little spot down there near near that Clanton area that just happens to just want to quickly get some things to rotate. Need some more water. Okay, now that is actually pretty tight here. I'm actually seeing it on. And there might be a CC drop on it. I'm looking at, so this one's kind of smoothed out. I'm looking at more raw pixelated data, and there is a little bit of a dip in the CC values. So I am going to keep an eye on that. This is just now crossing Interstate 65. Again, here it's that area right here. There's a rest stop right here on 65. I think it's crossing just over that rest stop. There's not any cameras down here that actually have a good view, it looks like. Although two of them right near the red stop or the rest stop are not working. So that's a little interesting. I would if you're in Thornsby, I wouldn't worry about this. This is east of Thornsby. So this is northeast of Clanton. So this is getting into rural areas of Chilton County on the eastern side of Interstate 65. So if you live along Alabama Highway 145, that runs uh, from Wilsonville all the way down towards the Clanton area. That's where it's about to cross. That's this kind of dark line right here. That's that highway right here. I would take your tornado precautions because that one's ended up, it's getting a little bit tight right there. And I'm going to see if I can get those and those cameras at the just to the north of the rest stop are not working, and that's exactly where this circulation went over. So I would suspect either one, there is a tornado here and it's on the ground. Um, we take a look at the correlation coefficient. There's nothing on there that's popping out. The other thing could be is that you have this spin, so it's spinning pretty tightly above, but there's nothing actually reaching the ground. But you get some damaging winds that are coming in behind it, so you end up getting a damaging wind uh, push down here with the mesocyclone. So that can also have moved over that rest stop. So it's just very or near the rest stop. It's just very interesting that the cameras that are right there where this went over are not working and everything around it is. So something to keep an eye on. The circulation is still there and it's still tight. It's not like overly strong, but it's tight. So again, we'll just keep an eye on that. It's now after midnight, so again, we'll watch these storms for a little bit longer. If I don't see anything that's becoming too significant, um, like a tornado, I'll probably end up letting this stream end, and then just be sure to stay weather aware overnight as these storms continue to push to the east. But again, further east you get, the less and less severe threat there will be. Southern Alabama would be the hot spot for seeing any more um, uh, bigger severe weather issues. I'm not seeing a CC drop. there's some lowering values, but they're not ones you would look at. But one thing I'm noticing with the reflectivity data is you see this little area right here. All this is wrapping in. There's the circulation right here, so you're getting the wrapping of the rainfall into the mesocyclone. So I mean, there's rotation there, and it's that's close. I think there's a chance that there could have been something earlier, but I mean, it's it's there. It's not overly strong, so I understand why the weather service might be holding off on a tornado warning. But man, that's been rotating for a while now, and it was a little tight once it moved over I-65. And again, like I said, I go back to those cameras. There's two cameras that I was watching right as this was about to move on over, and all of a sudden they just stopped working. So again, I don't know if that means a tornado went across there, or if there was damaging winds, a lightning strike, or something like that that ended up knocking the power out and knocking the camera feed off. So again, I just find that a little suspicious that this circulation went right over where those cameras are and they aren't working right now. Again, area rotation now east of Jemison and north of Clanton. This is now passed over 65. It's passed over Alabama Highway 145, and it's about to get into Coosa County. Man, I'm looking at it. I know you see it over here on the screen, but I'm also looking at it here on another platform, and it looks good, but it's not tight enough. So again, we're watching to see if it actually gets tight enough. So again, very rural part of Chilton County would be in a very rural part of Coosa County, um, and then possibly even a very rural part of Shelby County. So, and then eventually getting into Talladega County. So again, good news is if there is a tornado here, it's over rural areas. But you see that it's just this notch right here. We have two tornado warnings to the south of here. We still got that one going on in Butler County, just to the west of Greenville, but there is another one that is not only for Butler County, but it's for parts of Monroe and Wilcox counties, and very northern Conecuh County. I'm not really seeing anything significant over there. Again, you're in between radar sites, so it's kind of tough to see exactly what's going on. And then that tornado warning near in southern Mobile County near Bayou Labatre has been canceled. Still got some severe thunderstorm warnings. I'll kind of back things out real quick here. Still got a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Madison, Jackson, Marshall, Morgan, and Coleman counties. Uh, and then parts of Jefferson County, parts of Shelby down towards Chilton County. Again, that's that storm that we're watching. And then bigger storms down here to the south. Two tornado warnings there near Butler County. Severe thunderstorm warnings all the way down into parts of the Florida Panhandle, up there north of Pensacola, right across the state line. But again, everything's shifting into that direction where the greater risk is further south, and anything north is on a much more isolated basis. Um, so that's why you're seeing, I mean, this whole line used to be filled with severe thunderstorm warnings, and now you're starting to see it kind of break apart uh, from a severe standpoint, which is good. That's what we want to see. That's what we expected to see once this moved into parts of eastern Alabama. But again, still watching some of these cells down here off to the south. And then still watching this one north of Clanton. Again, rotation's still there, but it's not overly tight. And yeah, even looking at this one over here, it's still kind of it's broadening out a little bit. Let me switch over to Birmingham because that's the one I was looking at. I didn't realize that I still had the Montgomery radar on here. So yeah, here's that better look. This is the look that I was looking at on my iPad. So it's there. It's tight but not strong. So again, if there was a tornado that happened from this, it would have happened about 15 minutes ago when it was crossing the interstate. But I'm not seeing anything that's just screaming this is actually a tornado on the ground at this moment. 15 minutes ago, I would tell you a different story. But right now, I don't see anything that says that this is nothing other than just a weak area of rotation. Yeah, and it's starting to kind of broaden out too. So that's good. So yeah, still got those two tornado warnings down here. Again, you're in between radar sites, so it's really tough to tell exactly what's going on down there. Nothing's confirmed. There's no confirmed tornadoes down there, which is good. And again, all of this is just looking, more and more like the northern extent starting to lose its luster, and then uh, everything further to the south is starting to kind of ramp up, or not necessarily ramp up, but maintain its strength as opposed to areas further to the north. So right now it is 12:12. I'll give this just another couple of minutes, and then I will let the stream end. And then, of course, stay weather aware. But like I said, we're getting into now that time where nothing overly significant. We're not dealing with multiple major tornadoes. We're not dealing with widespread damaging winds that could be upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. We're just looking at a line of storms moving through, some strong wind gusts. Some of them could get up to 60 miles per hour. Any tornado threat is going to end up being south of Interstate 20, mainly south of US 84. And actually, I say US 80, not 84. 84 would be a little bit further to the south. US 80, right there from Montgomery to Selma. And again, anything further to the north, I mean, be sure to get warnings. I mean, you're going to get some severe thunderstorm warnings with this. Can't completely rule out a tornado warning, but I don't think it's going to be a significant issue. Again, everything looks to be shifting further to the south as we expected. Anything south of I-20 has a better shot at seeing a severe storm. And then the tornado threats mostly confined to areas along and south of US 80, I think, for the remainder of the night. And even that threat should continue to weaken as you head further and further on into the evening. So again, I'll just stay on here just a couple minutes, just kind of eyeball things, taking a look at the latest model guidance over here, and it's just, I mean, rain and storms just continuing, but any big time severe risk really, really diminishing, and then anything that does try to get going would end up being, meaning get going tornado wise, would end up being South Alabama, and even that threat starts to kind of decrease and just decrease altogether once you get later on into the early morning hours. So it is 12:15 here. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream again. There's really nothing significant going on out here like we had earlier across parts of western Alabama. There are a couple tornado warnings out there. You can't really tell what's going on because again you're in between radar sites. I don't see anything that's popping out that's saying, hey, big time tornado on the ground here. But if you are south of Montgomery or in the Montgomery area, generally south of US 80, for the remainder of the night, you have a low end tornado risk. I don't think it's going to be too significant. Further to the north from US 80 to I-20, you have a little bit. How do I word it? You have a severe risk. It's not as high as it would be for the south, but it's a lesser severe risk. But it's still on the board. Main issue is going to be some damaging winds, and then once you get north of I-20, I really don't think there's much in the way of damaging winds that's going to be ongoing. You have some severe thunderstorm warnings, but again, I'm not seeing anything that's screaming damaging winds, big time damaging winds over here on the radar. So again, there's gonna still be warnings. It's not going to be anything significant. There could be a tornado warning or two. Again, main issue would be South Alabama for that. North Alabama, I think you're fine from the tornado aspect. Central Alabama, probably still watching things just a little bit, but I think that threat's even starting to wind down too. So, all right, with that, because there's really nothing significant going on, again, still maintain ways to get warnings overnight, stay weather aware, but I think we're kind of getting further into the clear here with anything of, big time significance going on. That just everything starts to get out of control, and you see with that, now we have those tornado warnings have been canceled. So we are now tornado warning free, which would be perfect for when I'm ending this stream here. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings out there. I keep saying that again. Have ways to get warnings. Severe risk west of 65 from Birmingham to Tuscaloosa is over. South of that, still have that threat. And then from north, parts of northern Alabama, Birmingham, Coleman, and Huntsville, and points to the west, your severe weather risk is over. Feel free to go to bed. And then further to the east, you can still be in bed, but be able to have ways to get a warning in case they are needed. I thank you guys for joining me tonight. Looks like we got away with anything too significant here in our state, which is good. Again, we thought that most of the significant severe weather would remain off to our west, but we did have some pretty robust storms as this line moved through to parts of northwestern and western Alabama. Had a few tornado warnings over there, some significant severe thunderstorm warnings. So there's probably some damage. There are some power outages over in that area. So the Weather Service will probably do some surveys over there to determine if there were a couple of tornadoes over there or not. So that's where we stand right now. Again, tornado watches continue for some of the areas, but we're really not expecting any big time, robust, severe weather threat uh, for for the state. But the tornado watch does expand all the way to the state line now in Georgia. So again, have ways to get warning. Nothing significant. I don't think we're in for any more significant severe weather tonight. Just the occasional severe thunderstorm warning or a very brief tornado warning for the remainder of the night. Hope you guys have a great rest of your evening. Stay safe out there. Again, thanks for joining us tonight. And we'll see you later on. And once we get this out of our hair, we can talk about the potential for some winter weather that could be on the horizon for January. Just something to watch. Nothing set in stone, so we'll see what happens. Thank you guys. Have a great evening and stay safe.